Dong, he wins it.
And just if you're general mates here, though, what are you thinking? Again, I just kind of want to reiterate that point. They had Bio entirely to themselves based on the information that was gained. Based on everything we've seen so far, teams have typically not been dropping here whatsoever. They've now just had two of the best teams in the game contesting them for this spot over the last two games. It's not where they want to be.
Well, a quick look over the overall map. Of course, the Falcons doing what they always do. Hisoka way deep in Stronghold. Two players pushing up the field. It's going to be your green 5 on your screen right now. Control completely taken care of by 100 Thieves. Really not contested at all. They're just grabbing their loadouts, paying attention to what Novo is doing. In HQ, this EVOS team is one that we have to keep our eyes on. They've been playing quite well. Obviously, a great last map as well, taking second place. And they've got HQ for the most part by themselves.
AG Global have been fantastic so far today, looking to try and keep up that pace. Currently sending in 4th position. Great work from them. Other side of the map, gentlemen, it's starting to get the better of that push from VP. It was only 2 players, so the Active will continue to survive, but they've just about cleared out over towards Bio. Still doing a fight with Vision, but here inside of Prison, a team we really haven't spoke on at all is Rock Esports, currently sitting on 19 points over 2 games. They need to step it up big time. They've got some sharks in the Prison with them right now.
It's a great shout. Rock Esports near the bottom of our leaderboard currently, but feels like we're just getting started. AG, by the way, if you haven't noticed, is not really playing HQ as much. They obviously struggled at HQ during groups, snuffed their way through LCQs. Playing inside of Prison, seemingly working for them. Continue to watch out for him as FaZe also has changed up their dropouts, like our casters mentioned, and it's working out at least in this map. They've gone over to Ammo Shack, and it seems like our Novo squad has actually run up the side of the map to contest, potentially FaZe, and now underneath in the water.
The Falcons crowd getting allowed to get behind their boys who are fighting it out over towards headquarters right now. Can they find anything? Because they haven't really been able to get the ball rolling. The scary thought is when they do, that is when things will change. Shifty looking for the pick. He's got Biffle alongside him, of course. Already looking for Robstar, Rob Top, another player over towards Prison. If you're worrying about EVOS. Shifty and Co trying to get something going with so let's drop Robstar. That must be the streak gets called in. Robstar will fall. Now all of a sudden, yeah, we'll have that freebie. The nade goes up towards the top. That will get secured, no doubt. But over towards Industries, big fight coming out here. FaZe on top.
Look at the zone while we're watching this fight unfold. Leviathan trying to get any points on the board right now. Really struggling here in our grand finals. Had a fantastic performance in the LCQs. Hardly a kill to their name thus far. Here's the new zone. Still maintaining center. Prison going to be a high occupied position later into this map.
Looks as if EVOS in a little bit of trouble. A couple of different teams in and around them. We are still yet to lose anybody though. Circle 2 is starting to close in. Big fight over towards the industry side. Stukex will continue to survive. Rockstar will fall. EVOS are gone.
EVOS out of this map confirmed as we have another fight on our screen. AG, like I said, going to be playing inside of Prison, and now the Falcons have sniffed them out. Nate Dogg down, Shifty finds another, Scummin down, Rated is on the run, and Rated is down as well. All 3 players of AG out, and all of a sudden, Rock Esports, they need the kills.
Bethel trying to find the second here as well. He was there to pick up Vision, cannot get him. Shifty falls as well, so Soka will have to survive, but he's completely taken over headquarters. We'll go back to him when we need to because Gromlock and Co are still fighting it out against Team Vision. Grom inside, got a couple other players just towards the backside at this moment in time. Enkyo currently down, so this one will posture for just a second, but look who's getting involved. Yeah, from there, this pro, so sneaky. Thank you very much though, and Crom will deal with Dongy. Noobs is there for the pickup, but that's a kill you would have thought Dongy would have found.
Yeah, it's a nice trade out. Both sides picking up a couple kills. I think that's a thing that's worth mentioning here is the east side of the map is wide open. This is allowing Virtus Pro to play hyper aggressive. They have Chemical Engineering. They've got their anchor in Chemical. There is no one along the east side shoreline. The closest person on the east side shoreline, besides the Gentlemates up north, is all the way down at Factory at Twisted Minds. Lynn on your screen right now trying to punish this overextension from Noobs, and he can't get the better of him. Noobs winning a 1v1 and getting more kills for VP. They are extending their lead at the top, pushing closer and closer to our threshold of 135 points.
Yeah, Vision keeping things up and running here. One player was actually managing to find their way over towards the Ammo side, so they will survive that minor fight. CT have not been the team that are necessarily lit it up today. Looking to try and get something going here over towards the Prison. Looking to try and get some control. But who is here is the ever-present Rob. Ahsoka's over towards headquarters still, but Shifty and Biffle hunting.
A big move here from Novo Esports. They try to push into the bottom of prison and maybe actually think better of it. You can see 2 push off the field, and it does look like Rock Esports trading the blows between the Falcons and Virtus Pro have been wiped. Rock Esports, a start, good game. They make top 10. However, they are out of this map.
Big fight here. Echo will fall to Clumsy. As you are seeing Vision, you do have other players coming on in, but FIFA just trying to survive right now. Can he do so? Not for very long. The player who's coming is now well dipping. See, they've already managed to find their way out on the mini-map, so Vision will live to fight another day. But Gromalock and Cole starting to find a little bit of a rhythm now on the Frenchies. Clumsy will get taken down. Back over towards Industries we go. This fight has been going on for quite some time.
You see all 3 members of Virtus Pro now getting into the action. They want to take this north side of the map. This is a big take for them to get down the Gentlemates, get down this Team Vision, who just won the last map. Win the north side. The south side will be the Falcons, and it'll be the battle of the Behemoths. Dongi taking down Hollow. Finds one. Inkyo tries to trade, but through the smoke can't connect. Dongi swerving, able to stay alive, and spots Inkyo through the smoke. A nice play thus far, slowly but surely breaking this team apart. No, Inkyo wins the kill, wins the fight, and all of a sudden News is backing up to make sure Sage is okay.
Yeah, the recall comes in actually, and they managed to get their teammate back in from the buy station, and now that means this fight up against VP is in their favor momentarily. Dongi out of the equation. Noobs next on the chopping block, potentially he will have to back on down. Sage given the supporting fire, Gentlemates will back on up. We've lost another team, Exo Esports are gone. But a team that's still alive and kicking is Falcons. Who do they have around them? Their old foe in 100T, while looking for some positioning over towards top prison and maybe think against it.
Falcons, as per the usual, have they've shifted their entire strategy up to HQ. It's the exact same thing they do in Stronghold. They sit one up in the tower, look over. That's going to be Ahsoka. Biffle and Shifty are your front men. Watch out for that fight. 100 Thieves fairly quiet this game, but in a position to try to win that south side. This Virtus Pro fight is just going to go on forever until someone scams. This 3v3 is going to be a tough one to win. We're going to do a quick listen in with the Gentlemates, as I know their comms are flying and the crowd is loving it. Let's listen in.
Recule, Inkyo, recule, plate-toi, recule. Recule, Romain.
Je peux pas, frérot.
Saute bottom, 5 secondes, saute bottom.
Industrie, t'as de la zone à l'eau, t'as de la zone à...
1 seconde. Ok, zone industrie, entendu.
Industrie, on a de la zone et on a des armes normalement.
Là.
Allez, ça va, tu dois avancer à bord. Va bien industrie à l'eau, viens bien sur le mouvement vert. On joue un top 5 là-dessus. Parfait, frérot. On sur la zone. Ok. Là, au pire, on joue avec nos armes comme ça. Bah, marche.
Well, some yelling from the crowd, this time a bit in dismay, as it does look like VP has won the fight. Gentlemate's not completely out, but having to regain in Industries. Should be able to play for a couple of these final circles. This is very reminiscent of map number 1 here, Ton.
You can see that Falcons are being forced out from headquarters just purely because of the zone. So currently it's Biffle and Shifty, the only ones alive. Looking to get Soka back into the fight as quickly as they can. Shots from Noobs here are good, but not quite good enough. And over now towards the factory. Thieves have made their way over. Obviously winning a little bit of a juke, a little bit of a fight over against Falcons, but that is not the child from Gabe you want to see. But that's because Skullface is behind, but is he being spun out? Armin and Cole go for the trade. Skullface finds 2. The third's behind. Can he manage to fight this one as well? Not for the 1v3. In keeps them alive, but Blast in a 1v1. Whoever falls may well fall out the team, out of the map. He managed to survive. Aiden will back it up. It all settles down for a second.
Only for a second, though. Blast knows that Aiden's here. He's got the high ground, of course. The question is, does he have the ears to see him? No, he does have the eyes to spot him. He's going to swing around the left side, feeling like he has an advantage. Both teammates want to try to get their players back. Aiden found the high ground, followed the angle, jumps over the top, and unfortunately can't get the knock, so has to back up. As all of a sudden, the Falcons are in deep trouble. They are not off this map. Both players flying in, but they might be off this map shortly, trying to regain in the water.
Yeah, FIFA picks him off the top of the side of prison. So all of a sudden, Hisoka left alive, all on his own. He's getting hunted down. Things are not going Falcons' way. Hisoka just trying to survive. He'll do so well to do so from this angle, but maybe a small slither of hope.
FaZe has a strong position in Harbor playing the south side. Usually this zone will pull back up to land. But right now, FaZe have a powerful position. The high ground technically is Team Vision. They could go back to back right now, but it's a 1v1 in the water. Ahsoka versus Blast. And Blast has a clear advantage right now. Just trying to get the spot, lining it up. and doesn't want to risk it.
Oh,
Wow, Hisoka able to get away.
How on earth does Hisoka continue to survive as Team Start? To trade blows across the map, Lennon finding a pick on a donkey, and that may well be a good one. That is a nice spot for Team Vision to be in. They have all 3 members up. Flank will find Cams. This fight in and around the harbor side now starting to kick off. A couple of teams with 1 player left. 7 teams remaining.
Vortex trying to help out his teammates. It's
Hisoka
actually
finds a pick.
Hisoka finding Havix. This is a huge take here from Hisoka, not only looking to play for top 5, but also a big look for FaZe to have the advantage in this fight. And harboring Hisoka holds out Blast. No! Blast wins the gunfight. Blast pushes up, wipes Hisoka. Of course, VP gets the kill, but it does look like the Falcons are not making top 5 yet again.
We have FaZe Clan, Vision, Virtus Pro all left up and running. And of course, the side of Novo Esports trying to find a way through, but they're climbing up towards the side of Prison right now. The team in prime position. Team Vision, Virtus Pro can find a pick though. Noobs will find 1. They're just about trying to get themselves in and out of the gas. Noobs looking for more. Here for Virtus Pro, this could be their 2nd win of the day if they can manage to find it.
A couple well-placed nades could help things out.
my
They land. Noobs throws a sky nade and gets paid for it, but unfortunately, Team Vision with the backup, perfect
2v2.
communication, a perfect trade. And FIFA Kill has high ground. They've got zone, and FaZe gonna somehow have to jump up this railing.
2v3. FaZe gonna have to try and find a way through. A massive game potentially on the cards of both these 2 teams. Everything in the kitchen sink being thrown from either side. Somebody's gonna have to start making their move very, very shortly. The height belongs to Team Vision, but they're the ones who need to find a pick. This is a pretty even fight as the final circle now comes in. Who will come out on top? Clumsy, JTech flanked all below. FIFA Kill right alongside Echo. They would love to have Lennon in this fight, but how's it going to go down? Shots starting to be fired. JTech will start to fall, but the play is being made by Flank. He's going through the gas, and that may well be the pitch that is needed. Here comes Flank, surely on the flank. Can he find it all on his own in a 1 versus 2? Oh. Echo gets the game. Team Vision with another win on the board. It's 2 in a row for the EU boys. Climbing up the ladder they go. The flank from Flank, not good enough.
Back to back, getting paid from Bio. Unbelievable. I'm so impressed with this team here, Ton. The fact that they're able to shift up drop spots, shift away from Virtus Pro and say, hey, we'll deal with you later. Go up north to Bio, win that fight, and then execute the final play perfectly in a 2v3. Height advantage versus player advantage. It's really a 50-50. And Flanked, of course, named appropriately, but it wasn't enough to take down Team Vision.
Whew. Hell of an end. And another win on the board for Team Vision. That's going to throw them straight into the mix again. And who would have thought it? I mean, we were talking about it today, and we were having a little bit of a bias cast kind of back and forth. The EU boys saying, can Team Vision really contest today? Well, these last 2 games give you the answer that they absolutely can. Another poor game for Falcons, though. Things looking a little bit shaky.
Well, we've got a team at the top, and we don't know exactly who it is, but the team that's been dominating for the most part of today is going to be Virtus Pro. So let's head down to the stage and get an interview with Sage.
Does anyone else smell that? The smell of Sage is filling the building because Virtus Pro are chilling at the top of the leaderboard right this moment. Sage, I've got to talk to you about map 1. You guys popped off. What a way to start the day.
You know, we just wanted to set an example for everybody, knowing that we're coming into this 100%, you know, full confident, defending this. We're trying to take this title today, you know. Thank you guys, all the fans. I mean, you guys are erupting this whole stadium, honestly. It's making it so amazing for us to play this and feel that electricity. It's just amazing. Thank you.
It is an awesome experience, of course. Even just being a part of this, like hearing the crowd, you guys are all awesome. I've got to mention, I couldn't help but notice that after that win on map 1, you stood up and you looked in that general direction. What's going on?
Oh, it's nothing like that. I mean, if they want to stare and see greatness, you know, they can. But, I mean, for the boys, I'm just proud of my boys, honestly. We're playing hands out, just great, honestly. Just shout out to them. Everything that we possibly need to do is just getting done.
Yeah, game 2 and 3 obviously didn't go the same way as game 1, but you're still putting points on the board and staying up the top of that leaderboard. How are you guys managing to maintain that kind of consistency today?
It's just our RNG. I mean, if it goes unlucky on our way, we just have to find a way to play as a team, you know, push through together and try to keep it consistent.
Well, Sage, you've done incredibly well so far today. We really hope to see you guys push all the way through, but you know what? For now, we're going to head to a quick break, and we'll be back for more Warzone.
examen y el que estima segundo
be the pitch that is needed. Here comes Flank. Surely on the flank. Can he find it all on his own in a 1 versus 2? Echo gets the game. Team Vision will find a pick. This is a pretty even fight as the final circle now comes in. Who will come out on top? Comes Tech Flank all below. Keep a kill. Right alongside Echo. They would love to have Lennon in this fight, but how's it going to go down? Shot started by J-Tech will start the 4. The player is being made by Flank. He's going through the gas and that may well be the pitch that is needed. Here comes Flank. Surely on the flank. Can he find it all on his own in a 1 versus 2? Echo gets the game. Team Vision will find a pick. This is a pretty even fight as the final.
What about you, FIFA? What kind of qualities are you looking for?
Well, you know, it's got to look good from the outside, but you want to also have, you know, a bit of personality, you know, type of one that you know, bring home to your family, show your family. You know, you want it to be warm, bubbly, welcoming, you know, the usual.
Okay, so like a wholesome partner?
Partner? Talking about my shed, bro.
Wait, weak on the wall. One's going through gas, climb the wall, dead. Nice. Another one, another guy. Dead. Nice. Last guy's in the gas, deep. 1v1. Let's go! Yes! Come on! Oh my god! Oh my god, Len! Oh my god! 20 boys, what are we saying? Oh my god.
I was fucking winded here, bro. Fucking hell.
It's all good, you got it done, innit? Good shit. Double ditties from the kid! Who's got the rockstar? Who's got the rockstar? 10 from the anchor! Come on! What's going on?
Vision pulling out back-to-back wins, and there is a look at the Qiddiya Arena as fans are waiting in line to get in. As soon as someone leaves, one person is allowed to enter. But we have a very special guest who snuck past security, now joining us in the studio for all of the Warzone action. You know him from FaZe Clan, maybe from Harvard. He goes by the one and only Adapt. Adapt, it's great to see you here in Riyadh. You've only been here a day. What has the trip been like so far? I know you had to sign all kinds of autographs just to get in here.
Yeah, it's been fun, bro. It's been fun. The whole setup here at the Esports World Cup is crazy, just in terms of like seeing how massive it is inside the arena, outside, the whole village they built out. It's insane.
Now, you, of course, are one of the big names at FaZe, always have been since the sniping became a popular thing to do on YouTube, especially some ladder stalling.
Yeah.
But how has Call of Duty progressed since you got your hands on a controller for the first time?
I mean, in terms of just for events like this, the Battle Royale was never a thing with Call of Duty. It was always like multiplayer, respawn, search and destroy, stuff like that. But Battle Royale is definitely one of the newer things that they added, and it's really cool to watch, especially competitively too.
We got to talk about your squad here because, Alan, FaZe almost just won this last game. We've seen them in the top 3 a few times. They're still looking for their first win. Shift, what did you see from J-Tech and crew?
Yeah, I think they're really modifying how they're setting themselves up in the early game really, really nicely. I think they're getting a feel for the teams that are finding the most success. Obviously, teams like Virtus Pro that are in the neighborhood, and they're going the opposite direction now. They're just staying away from them, trying to get their points, and they're finding them. So, hey, that's not a bad bounce back after a slow first drop, and back-to-back games, they put together a good total. So, got to be happy with the adjustments they're making.
Adapt, have you been talking about goals? Like, where do you want your squad to land at the end of this $1 million tournament?
I mean, obviously, if they won it, that would be amazing. But if they got top 3 even too, that they're leaving here with what,
6 figures, 100 grand guaranteed.
$100,000, yeah, that would be insane. They had a good game last game, got the 3v2, but finished second. Just a little short.
I know that you have played against some of the best snipers. You have worked alongside some of the greatest snipers, and snipers can be crucial here in Warzone as we see players just chopping off blocks of armor. Who do you think is the greatest sniper of all time?
Oh, wow. That's a great question. I don't know. There are a few names come to mind, like Pomage, Sprat, Heist. I don't know. That's my top 3 off the top of my head.
That's a pretty low that we just got the numbers in. So let's see where your FaZe clan just jumped up to after finishing top 2. They are going to earn 22.4 points. Team Vision with back-to-back wins. This time it's a 20-kill game shift as they jump up to 32 points.
That's huge. I mean, just trying to keep pace with the bar being set immediately by Virtus Pro. Back-to-back wins, massive. Doing it with multiple games of the 18-plus eliminations. Big for Team Vision, trying to close that gap after a very poor start, Reflections.
Yeah, a very poor start indeed, but the fact that Vision is doing so well is great. But Adapt, I mean, FaZe, second place, getting 22.4. I think that's one of the best games we've seen them have all tournament.
Yeah, they're climbing. They're climbing on the leaderboard. They would have got that dub. It would have been a little bit of extra gas, but I'm not mad at it.
Not mad, and it's a good time to turn on that gas because this is the final day with $1 million and the key on the line. FaZe has now moved to the left side of your screen. They're in the top 7, and they're just 0.5 points behind Falcons, our returning champions. This is way mixier than anyone would have predicted. We look at our best scoring team, that's Virtus Pro. They're at 82. Ways to go before that 135 mark.
Yeah, but look at the average kills per drop right now. They're essentially at 20 kills per drop, sitting at 56 total through 3. That's unbelievable. So 82.2 points. They missed out on 1 5th place multiplier, but everything else has been very comfortable for VP. Someone has to stop those guys. And on the flip side, Falcons are trying. They're trying to move and adjust what they're doing off their drop, but they're just not getting the same success that we saw last year.
Yeah, when Falcons were wiped, that was probably the first time I've seen like a negative emotion from Hisoka. They showed his player cam and he looked absolutely frustrated. If you're feeling frustrated out there, they need a demon to try and bring them back. Like MJ, he needed somebody, right, so he can pin his performance on him. Hisoka's that type of guy. He just got to find an enemy out there.
I think he knows who it is. He goes by the name of Sage, and Sage and Virtus Pro are on top of the game right now at 82 points. They are quickly approaching the 135-point threshold, which would put them on match point, allowing them to win Warzone. Adapt, you've seen some great players. How incredible is it to see a guy like Dongy, a 0 to hero in 2 years? He's 19 years old, playing at the biggest stage all the way out here in Saudi Arabia. We didn't have that opportunity when we got started.
No, it's crazy. I actually remember seeing him when he was on the come up because he was #1 when Warzone rank dropped. Like, yeah. I think 2 years ago it dropped. And I remember there was a bunch of talk around him and his name and like if he was legit or not, and then he started showing up to tournaments and doing stuff like this, and obviously he's here performing now in Saudi, so really cool to see his whole trajectory.
Virtus Pro continues to climb. Noob's one of the OGs staying in the mix, but Adapt, I wanted to talk to you a little bit because I was watching. You had the first mobile haircut in Los Angeles, but you've been on planes for the last 24 hours. What are the chances you can get an airborne fade on the way home?
Honestly, there's a barber here they were telling me about, so maybe I could try to go for the first haircut in the air. That would be big. I might have to do that.
Making history.
I might have to do that.
Before we let you go and continue on your party here in Riyadh, what has been your experience so far, and what are you looking forward to before you head back to the States?
Well, a lot of it has been kind of centric around EWC and being here, but tomorrow, before my flight, I wanted to go out to the dunes, ride ATVs, do like the whole buggy and that situation to get some experience in Saudi outside of this.
The edge of the world is insane. It is going to blow your mind out there in the desert. Now, I do have one final question for you, and feel free to dodge it. But I noticed that there was somebody out there making multi-millions off of my tattoo. Have you seen this thing?
Oh my God, yeah.
Do you think maybe Banks should give me a cut of what he just sold off?
You might be entitled. Yeah, you might be entitled to some sort of like you might have to get cut like.
We'll just take 9 mil, Banks. We'll sort it out during the break. That's Adapt. I gotta let him go party on the stage. We'll catch you with another drop after this. Thanks, bro.
All right, y'all.
It's the Esports World Cup where anything goes and Warzone makes millionaires. We have I Hold Shift alongside Dream Crazy and Reflections on my analyst desk, and we see a bit of a different story in 2025 from 2024. There's a new squad on top as Virtus Pro is the first to reach over 80 points. They're already at 56 kills. The big surprise is our team down in 6th place. The Falcons, 34 kills through their first 3 drops. It's not terrible, but it's not what we're used to seeing. That's the squad I want to put the microscope on moving forward. What has happened to the Falcons, and what can they do to turn it around?
Well, first of all, quick note, I just want to point out, Sage didn't get to play last year, so it's crazy that he's on the top. But for the Falcons, it's a lot of the zone, of course, and then some of these switch-ups on the landings. But having to fight for kills and fly out, and of course, being so far away from everybody, no one wants to contest them.
Yeah, the thing is, Hisoka is doing a great job holding it down in Stronghold. Nobody's challenging him, but Biffle and Shifty are getting punished. But it doesn't mean they are down and out just yet. They still have plenty of opportunity to come back.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's as much as like Shifty and Biffle are still finding the average amount of kills that you want.
Right.
It's just that they're not getting the same level of consistent players dropping in one by one because no one's landing over towards living quarters. They're not getting the same pressure from control. They have to go find the fights. The fights aren't coming to them anymore. And where Virtus Pro on the other side of the map are getting a lot of free space and a lot of free kills.
The fans are going wild. We got to get to the game. Let's send it over to the casters.
All right, thank you so much, Chris Puckett, and our amazing analyst. You've got Gojin Tun still here in the booth with one more game. Game 4 right around the corner, Tun, and I gotta say, Virtus Pro has a massive margin over their opponents. Over 20 kills over 2nd place. Kind of insane, but Virtus Pro, probably the team to beat right now.
I think, we were questioning coming into the day, how is anyone going to stop Falcons? What can they do? Well, Virtus Pro is just playing their own game. It's not necessarily being about trying to do anything different. They are out here just doing what they're doing best right now over this side of the map. It really has been this side of the map where things have been dominated. You look at the teams who are sitting towards the top side, they are teams who are dropping over towards the north. It's completely different scenarios to what we had when we were watching the group stages. It was very much all down to the southern teams who are finding those wins. And now we've moved further to the north. A couple of these zones have been beneficial for them, absolutely. But they are getting the job done with what is set in front of them, and they will need to continue to do so. Can they manage it? Can they keep this up? Frankly, though, Virtus Pro, they just need to keep doing what they're doing. 20-point games at this stage are absolutely fine.
Yeah, Tun, to get into the weeds a little bit, as this game's about to get started, 27.4 points is what they're averaging through 3. If they keep that up, they get to our threshold in 5 games. That is pretty dang quick, and maybe they could do it on the 6th. But as we move into this next map, I'm really pumped to see where the zone goes, because right now, we've got a lot of northern side teams on top. And that leaderboard is looking like it's northern heavy, so maybe we're due for a southern zone. That would be fantastic, but either way, I'm excited to get into it.
Well, here we go. Let's see if some of these teams over towards the north continue with their current play. We are very much looking at the southern circle here. Half of it's off the map. Industries cut off, chemical engineering cut off, bioweapons cut off, and oh my god! Our team who was sitting in 2nd in Team Vision have been in the game for about 3 seconds. Gromlock and Corsa, yeah, you come to contest bioweapons, get out of my lobby!
3v3, same POI, Bio, a new death trap. Apparently the zone might be pulling south, but Team Vision is sitting in the lobby as we swing over to a fight in HQ, because the Gentlemates are going to be chilling for a while.
Oh, Gentlemates will now maybe have their sights set on somebody like Virtus Pro. Some teams may well need to start thinking about slowing them down, but Gentlemates now have their sights, well, firmly set on Industries. They want to try and make that push over towards where Leviathan are right now, but the fight going on over towards this side. AG Global fighting over headquarters again. This has not typically been there, right? They have slowed down with the pressure towards this side of the map. They've been going into prison a little quicker. The fight over headquarters very much underway.
So far, so good. Besides that first piece of activity, it has been very slow to start this map.
If that isn't just Team Vision in a nutshell. They finished last in the first game, and they finished last and 4th after winning 2 and 3. That's insane.
Yeah, inconsistency, consistency, I guess we won't really know until we end the day. Regardless, they're in a good position on the leaderboard, so it's not make or break, but gotta be a bummer after back-to-back wins. But here we go, into Industries we go. As Lays and Co, Leviathan have found a new place to call home. Unfortunately, they're having to fight FaZe, a strong team, 2nd place in the last one. And a well-placed Molotov will actually get a knock. A huge take onto Decky, and Columbia's going to chow this. Unfortunately gets punished for it, but the trade is there. Great communication. J-Tech with cleanup.
It's the last one here. They're going to try and hunt him down. Can they manage to find it inside?
StuKX will have that as well. J-Tech and Clumsy will see you later. My goodness. Some of these fights to kick off this game have not been like the previous, which started a little slow. This one, lightning pace so far.
A huge save for StuKX, but Decky comes in to try to get, I guess, some loot and gets punished for it. Still gonna have to back out of the fight, but at least they're still in the game right now. Lays in trouble. And they're still on the map, but they're in deep trouble. Leviathan, watch out for him as we swing over to Twisted Minds. We're getting into the mix. They said they wanted some more kills, and now it's time to do it. Unfortunately, get punished for it. Falcons here. Got several folks fighting for position right now. The Falcons are on the hunt because they need kills. Nobody's in Stronghold. They're doing what they do best. Send Biffle, send Shifty, try to find some kills, but it's actually Robstar from a distance picking up Shifty. Biffle all alone is going to probably back up and readdress this fight from a different angle.
Yeah, he's backing up much needed, to be honest with you, because plenty of teams in and around this area, plenty of players looking to try and find the body. Showstopper stopped in his tracks, sits him down. Extra J was there alongside of it. The gunfight maybe didn't look a little bit one-sided, but Shifty, Hisoka starting to get some things going here now for the side of Falcons.
Also, big shout to CT Gaming, our only LATAM squad still in the finals, actually having a really good game thus far. Several kills and winning out on their side of Prison, which they haven't been able to do in 3 maps, so a big one for them. Again, this zone is pulling very much so to the southwest, very much so towards Stronghold, Control, etc. 100 Thieves nearly completely uncontested. Here's a quick look at it on the left-hand side. Nearly completely uncontested at Control, but in the kill feed, we see our Frenchmen taking down most of FaZe, as the Frenchmen have been pushed out of Bio all the way down the north edge of the map, down into what is the remainders of Leviathan.
Yeah, they've had to make their move, and for all of that, Hamoud and Co and XO will be out of this one. Not going to work out for them this time around, but the gunfight's continuing here. Biffle drop, King Money on 7. How is CT doing this? It's been a slow game for them, but Grom and Co doing well. Shifty finding a pickup on the other side as well. Kind of did need to find that to keep things rolling over towards Living Quarters. Still a big fight going on over towards the northwest side of Dock. You can see actually on our map, like Leviathan are trying to survive up against Gromlock and Co. Genomates are trying to get something going. The fight's over towards Prison now. VP haven't really found a great deal so far, Goach. It's good news for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, it is great news. So we see actually FaZe finding a few kills in the kill feed as well. VP, a very slow start because of the zone. Reminder, we've been north most of the maps. 2 out of 3 of our maps before this were on the north side. Definitely favoring VP. This time absolutely favoring the Falcons and other teams down south. AG has been pushed out of this center prison area by Rock and CT. VP said, we're bored. Can we get some kills, please? We have to rotate in. And unfortunately, they get punished because Rock Esports is ready to rock and roll, and they're ready to wipe all of Prison and push to the south side.
Yeah, Dongy finds Wars in the midst of that, though, so he's going to continue to hunt as Sage. May well be the angle, may well be setting back, but he's going to have to get involved in a second. Dongy not quite on his own, but he's on his way up. Big fight going to go down here inside of Prison as some of our top teams just trying to find some picks. You can see Biffle and Shifty once again working over towards the Living Quarters. The team that are here, AJAL, they didn't have a great game on the last one. We're going to try and pick up their form from game number 2.
Yeah, and they had to push down into Living Quarters. There's nobody here, 1, but 2, they lost to CT in Prison. The first time, frankly, throughout the course of the day here in finals. But as per usual, the Falcons are kind of gatekeeping their entire POI. Stronghold held.
And the thing is here for AJL, you may question, well, why don't they just push one of them out? Hisoka is involved in this fight. He's got an eye on this. He doesn't want to try and get too involved, though. He might have to now. Biffle will fall. Shifty is there for the trade. Can the rest of the kills fall the way of AJL? Shifty will find a pickup, but Biffle's in a tough spot for Hisoka, and that's what he does so well. Those kind of positions, he can back his teammates up. Shifty and Biffle will do the rest. Can he find the gunfight? Are you kidding me? Of course he can. Raided, sat down. One member from AGEL left up and alive and kicking. And we'll just continue to do so. Hisoka gets picked by Gabe here, actually. Thieves got involved. Hisoka is dead. Right now, there's only one member left from the side of Falcons that is alive. That will be Shifty, but Hisoka back up and running.
Yeah, actually a really good read from 100 Thieves.
Nice.
What I expect from 100 Thieves is they likely put up a bunch of UAVs, advanced UAV, saw there was only one person in Stronghold, sent somebody to go hunt them, saw the bullets flying, were able to find Hisoka. All of a sudden, this is the Falcons' game to win. Yes, they are a little bit on their back foot as they are relocating, backing back up to Stronghold to make sure they can restabilize, get their guns, and then set up for likely the end game. But back to the mid game we go, and back to prison and headquarters we go. Several fights on the loose as the Gentlemates have somehow rotated all the way in here to this headquarters side.
I've no idea how they managed to make it over here. The fight was going on over towards living quarters, and they've just slipped on in. And Kyo with 5. Looking to try and find a few more here as well. Streaks going off in the middle of the air right now as there is 3 different teams in and around headquarters, maybe 4 or 5 to be honest with you. Repstar up top. And this one, as soon as the first domino falls, is going to spring into life. The Gentlemates fans directly behind them, urging them on, but CT are here, and King Matty is having a game. 8 kills to his name already.
It's about dang time for CT Gaming. They hit a great group stage, obviously made it straight to the finals.
Here we go.
Really slow start thus far, but Twisted Minds haven't seen them much in the kill feed. They try to make a move onto CT. CT's ready for it. Aiden tries to punish one who overextends, and he's able to do so. Got a little help from Almond, and unfortunately, Extra J was perfectly there for the trade. Not a huge deal for Twisted Minds. They've got their anchor, but they're not picking up a crazy amount of kills. Kills flying in the kill feed, though, because Prison is active.
Extremely active towards Prison and headquarters right now. If I'm Evox, I'm kind of just keeping out of this fight a little bit, but maybe they need to get involved with their position currently on the leaderboard. Sitting in the bottom half, may want to get a little more active than they have been. VP trying to slowly pitch their way into this game, but it has been a little bit more difficult as Noobs dipping, diving, and dodging. Just about surviving as well. Sage, sniper out at this angle, probably not expected if you're Rock. And Fnatic down on the lower side, but he'll catch a bullet back. Precarious position, Prodigy from up top, he'll find Sage. Now VP in a lot of trouble.
Rock need to win this Prison fight, not only for our leaderboard because VP is such a big margin, but they also want power position on top of Prison and make sure that nobody can rat out from underneath them and spoil their play. Rock Esports not only need the power position, they need all 3 players. They cannot lose a trade here when they don't have to.
And top of Prison looks pretty good right now. Nobody on the top of headquarters, or at least in the tower, so it's not a bad position to be in, but VP, look at this repositioning so quickly, making them move over towards Control Center, and I don't need to tell you who's there because you already know. 100 Thieves ready and win.
Skullface, of course, spotted them. Comms flying to his team. Don't get picked, don't scam. There's a big fight. VP may be in trouble. A nice trade, though. Able to find a couple.
Skullface.
Dongi able to push one back as Skullface, I believe, last alive for his team and on the run. Folks, we're going to do a quick listen in with VP as they've made a god rotate.
Yeah, I'm on first. He's first. I see him first. He ran in the door first.
Okay.
Like right here, right there. I'm on the back door. Here. He ran in there. Nice. Get him out. Nice. Fucking shit. Come on. Fucking awful. Come on.
Get into it.
I need money. I need money.
Okay, I can pop one. You almost have enough.
I'll jump money on the buy. Jump money on the buy for you. Get it up. Yes. All right, we have kids cannons. We just chill. I'm gonna apply pressure to the right. I'm applying pressure to the right. Heard me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Unbelievable rotation from Virtus Pro. There's a reason they're at the top of the leaderboard. Such a difficult zone, but they've done it. They've taken control of control. They're just getting started for the end game, Tom, but a great play from them.
Yeah, really slow start to the game, and they said, yeah, we need to start doing something about this. They start moving late, but there's a big fight going on between them, actually, and themselves, and of course, the side of Rock Esports. Wars will fall. Squad number 1 has been wiped. That will be AJAL gone out of the game, but it's a 2v2 over towards Control. Last time out, we've seen VP win this up against the Masters of Control and 100 Thieves. What can Rock do about it?
The big fights happening right now are HQ, here at Control, and the battle for living quarters. The Falcons sitting pretty on the south side of the map. Really no one looking at them yet. Does look like Leviathan maybe is going to be snaking around in the water.
Noobs might be in trouble here. He's getting chased down, but back over towards living quarters we go. You're okay if you're CT here, but not necessarily in the ideal spot because you've got Twisted Minds throwing the kitchen sink at you. Smith & Co. ready to try and initiate this fight. Whoever drops first, that's how it's going to go down. Just looking for a crack, if anything, but the circle's starting to come in. We'll make that move towards the zone in a second, but this fight just slowly playing out. Wow.
All right, this is our 10th circle. It's going to get real mixy real quick. Falcons have lost one, and it actually is Stukex finding an angle on the Falcons, down to 2 players. But this 10th zone is going to be so difficult for all of our teams. High ground, low ground, everywhere in between. Hardly a piece of cover that's not paper mache. Get ready for a fun in-game, folks. We've got 10 teams still alive, Ton, as we're moving into what will be the closing of the 5th circle.
Here we go towards Control. as this fight's still ongoing. Fnatic dropped out. FaZe dropped out, I should say. Fnatic left us yesterday. FaZe now fall. The Gentlemates who have been slowly making their way through this map, but Wars and Co still have VP next to them. And once again, Falcons are gone. They are not having a good day, but our current leaders in VP in a lot of trouble as well.
This zone has absolutely made the rotation for Falcons impossible. They're out of here. VP's out of here on the push, on the rotation, being cut down. Somehow Rock Esports from prison has rotated down with 2, wiped VP, and now making a move for the north side of the tents.
And this is a huge opportunity for some of these teams to put up some big numbers. Our 2 leaders currently out, and there are still 6 teams remaining.
The tiniest of zones for 15 players, everybody with a tint to their name. Not a lot of cover though, as Resolve knows it. He's just gonna throw bullets down range and pick up a couple from multiple different teams. They're gonna push in. I told you CT was looking hot this game, and they're finding trades, but Z-Smith's been here before, and he's won here before. He's got an angle on the backside, but he's by himself. Extra J also a solo.
3 teams remaining, 7 players left up and running as well. Extra J will fall, only a few more remaining.
3 teams, 6 players. Smith a solo, Rock a duo, and the trio of Leviathan somehow still here as Z-Smith does find one.
How can he find a way through? The answer is he cannot. Leviathan, they have not had anything to shout about whatsoever, but this is their game to lose.
Unbelievable rotation from them, coming through the water, taking down one member of the Falcons, weakening them.
2v2.
To be able to get to this position, a 2v2 for the final fight.
They might go.
High ground from Prodigy though. A huge position. I don't know if they know he's up here or not. I believe he's already thrown bullets down range, so they know they can't leave. Everybody's in the zone here, Ton. Right now, it's a patient waiting game.
Everyone takes a breath. A massive 2v2 for both these 2 squads. They're sitting over towards the lower side of things, and they must find a win. The multiplier of 1.6, the final circle in 2 seconds. Decky and Laser gonna have to make a move.
Vision's got the low ground. Prodigy with the high ground. Prodigy finds the pick. It's free. Prodigy with the high ground wins the game. There's no question about it. Leviathan, a great effort, but it's just not good enough. Rock Esports have woken up.
From prison to control, dealing with our leaders, and putting the rest of the lobby on notice. Rock Esports happy to find the win, but I don't know how many kills they've got because they're not celebrating that hard. Irrelevant of that, they'll be happy to find it. That will propel them up somewhat through the tight midsection of this leaderboard. But the story of that one, Vision, Virtus Pro, and once again, Falcons faltering.
A brutal zone, but one that was built for the Falcons. The problem was they got traded out in their anchor position. It was actually 100 Thieves that played spoiler to that. Shout out to the information gathering, advanced UAV in the skies, pick up Soka, and all of a sudden the Falcons on their heels try to regain into Stronghold. The problem is the zone doesn't end a Stronghold, it ends up intense. They have to push up from low to high, and somehow, some way, Leviathan was allowed to swim all the way around the map, get all the way down to the north side of Stronghold, hold them, pick up one, and then wipe the Falcons. Unbelievable job from all of our teams, but Rock Esports on top. A lot of math behind the scenes, folks. You're not going to want to miss Game 5. We'll be back in just a moment.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
And the old and blue lights keep me up at night. Follow you to the north. I know old and blue lights keep me up at night. I'm gonna follow this spark. Paved roads to my door. I've had to leave my home before. I know we must go on. Shadows from my mind. Who knows what we will find? I know we must go on, go on.
The zone will favor us, I think.
I mean, they don't have any plates and stuff. They shouldn't have like gas masks and shit, hopefully.
No plates?
Yeah, okay. Nice. I'm holding it again. Is the other guy still there too, yeah?
I mean, so.
Just go left and right, yeah. Nice, good shit.
At least we won the game.
Fuck me. That was, yeah, that was good shit, guys.
At least we won it.
Not too many kills.
Oh my.
11,
I mean, that's better than how it started,
yeah,
mate.
I guess so,
We
bro.
need to, I don't know what we can do against Thingy.
Nah, it's just like we're literally, we didn't even get, the second we got Lodi.
We got to win.
So
Yeah.
All is right in the world when that guy Prodigy is smiling. Rock with another map win. They haven't done that since day number 1 in the groups. It's good to see them getting it done here. The question is, did they drop enough kills on the way? Can we chime in, though, with visuals?
Sure.
What did my guys do? How is Vision playing?
Yeah, Vision, you know, they've been playing great today. Clearly 2 wins, and they're right up there with Virtus Pro. But one of the things about them is they are being contested by Gentlemates. They were getting the best of them over the past couple of games. This time, not the case. First team eliminated. Gentlemates handled their business. Now, the question I have in general is, are we going to keep the narrative about contested spots and, of course, that leading to a loss-loss situation? Because that happened throughout our LCQ. That happened throughout group plays. That's still a narrative here with Vision and Gentlemates?
I think only time's going to tell, right? Because it's been a little bit sloppy. The one thing consistent is Virtus Pro, as you saw Noobs. Incredible on the comms this game. I think that's the loudest I've ever seen Eddie in his whole career.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think we heard it with Smixy even in one of his interviews, right? Like, that was Eddie getting hyped. Like, he's such a quiet guy. For Virtus Pro, though, I mean, they're just always getting into those endgame moments.
A lot of good games so far, a lot of good polls, but let's talk about this Rock Squad because they just won. Shift, what should they know about ROC Esports?
They were one of the most consistent teams placement-wise in the group stage. Day 1, day 2. They kicked the whole thing off with the first game win. The only issue that ROC does not find early game eliminations. They have like this weird mentality of, let's get to end game, kills will come to us, which is a very popular Battle Royale mentality. The problem is, everyone else around you in this game mode is finding a lot of kills early. So even though you get the huge multiplier, it's not amounting to a ton of total points. And I think the thing about it is, even if they don't finish in the top 5, top 3, whatever it happens to be, if they fall out early, still no kills. So they're just not finding that little bit of a gapping buffer where a lot of our other teams, if they finish top 5 or top 6, they're still getting 18 plus eliminations.
Which I feel they're in prime position, close to Prison as well as Water Tower, to be able to pick up a plethora of eliminations. And with Wars as well, being as aggressive as he is as a player, it's surprising they don't pick up that many elims.
Did you guys hear that too right at the end? They're like, man, what are we going to do about FaZe, right? FaZe was always a big issue for them, even after, you know, day number 1.
We'll keep our eyes on them. We also have to keep our eyes on a team that has been riding the struggle bus today, and we're not used to this. Falcons are in the blender. Is it their drop? What is happening with this squad shift?
There's too much space, I think. They don't know what to do with the amount of uncontested ground in front of Stronghold. And as they start to make their move, knowing that they're comfortable with loadouts, they're running into multiple third, fourth party fights that are happening on rotation. And the other teams that are in trouble are now resetting and re-landing over towards Stronghold. So Hisoka's trying to help his teammates who are too far away, and he's being pressured by the teams that are trying to re-loot after they drop back in from Resurgence.
Taylor, do you think there's any truth to the chat's thought that Falcons are getting targeted by the other teams?
Oh, without a doubt. I don't think they're getting targeted specifically off the rip, but like Shift said, once Shifty and Biffle, they die, now Hisoka's getting challenged in Stronghold. This is something that didn't happen during group play in LCQ, and I think strategically, I think these top teams who made it through directly into the finals through group play purposely did not challenge Hisoka over in Stronghold, but the fans, they have unwavering confidence. They're staying loud in the venue, and they have the belief that Falcons can still come back and win. But let's face it, right now, they're getting put into the blender.
Dream, you don't look so confident.
How do you get to those final game moments when they're so uncomfortable?
The thing about it was, that map right there, I really don't care about ROC. I don't care about Leviathan. This is Virtus Pro. That was the most value for them in that drop, when it should have been the biggest game for Falcons because it pulls towards Stronghold. But Vision's out first. That's the team that's right behind you.
Yep.
You get up to essentially, I think, about a top 5 position with a lot of kills. That was the best drop for Virtus Pro when it comes to this tournament. Give your flowers, ROC, you won. It doesn't matter. They're so far down the leaderboard and so far away from match point that Virtus Pro just came away with the most value and efficiency in this drop because Vision were out and Falcons didn't take advantage of a very free circle.
You told me you had a spicy take. Does it involve Virtus Pro?
That was the one right there. Like that map right there, like I just don't care about ROC and Leviathan until they put together a high kill win. They're so far out of the picture. So if Virtus Pro is looking at the worst possible circle to be dropping into from their drop location, they still find kills, they still find a multiplier. Vision doesn't, Falcons doesn't. They're sitting here like, boys, our cushion is huge.
I was going to say one little thing, though. We always see Falcons around game 4, 5 start to play really, really weird. So is this the point where maybe we see Shifty and Biffle go to bio?
Potentially, but I also go back to last year. Remember the halftime, right? It was Fnatic who was leading the charge, and then Falcons started coming back. Well, we kind of reached we don't know how many games we're getting, but we had that break after game 3, and then Falcons still dropped the ball.
Yep.
So now I really am worried.
Here is the update. We are 1 away from 100 points for Virtus Pro, still in double digits for all of our teams. You look on that right side, FaZe Clan at 48.6. That is just 0.2 behind 7th place. But Alan, you only care about a champion here at EWC. Yep. So tell me the future. Falcons are winning this next drop, right?
No. Like, not for what I've seen. I wouldn't put that bet down in Vegas.
Vision are winning this next drop, right?
Possible. I think it just depends on what happens off the drop. But right now, what I'm seeing out of Twisted Minds being free at Factory and Virtus Pro being free from Bio, they're our top 2 heavy hitters right now.
Gentlemates win this next game and are now right behind Virtus Pro on the leaderboard, right?
That's a tough call. I don't know if I could call that, but hey, maybe with the crowd buff, they'll certainly win it.
We were trying to find out who is the loudest in the Qiddiya Arena, and I think you have your answer on screen right now. They're trying to rally behind Biffle, Shifty, and Hisoka. The Falcons know how meaningful this would be, not just to win the Warzone tournament, but to win the entire club championship. They only have a 100-point lead with $7 million going to the top team at the end of EWC. For now, we send it back to the casters to get the drop started.
Map number 5, Mr. Enigma. We kind of had just 2 absolutely electric, all gas, no brakes, maps 1 and 2. And maps 3 and 4 kind of feel like they slowed down a little bit. And I don't disagree with what Shift said on the desk. I feel like teams are maybe getting a little bit more comfortable, and definitely for a squad like Virtus Pro, while they've still managed to gain points, it seems like at a little bit of a lower rate.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, of course, lots of different storylines and conversations here, but I agree with the feeling here that everything started to slow down
just a little bit. Those bottom feeders starting to step into the lobbies. A couple of our favorites may be struggling in those opening engagements. For example, Team Vision falling first there. Back-to-back wins in 2 and 3 are great, but at map 1, map 4, not very pretty. It leaves them in an interesting position. That being said, there's no more interesting position, my friend, than the one that Team Falcons find themselves in. I agree with Noble up on the desk. I think this is a situation where you can never count the squad out. We've watched them come back time and time again. You and me have stood there in disbelief, quite frankly, at how they've won yet another event. But it feels that this is starting to get a little bit more uncomfortable than we've ever seen them before.
I think with the rest of the lobby, you are praying that Virtus Pro does not come out swinging here. Reminder, folks, 135 is our match point threshold. Game number 1, VP came out and dropped 50 on the lobby. Very possible for them to do it here. Does Virtus Pro cross our match point threshold, or do we go one more game? Always the question here in Call of Duty Warzone. Well, let's get ready, my friend, as our players are getting ready to dive on in from the sky. Plane lines going from the northwest down towards the south. Things could start getting a little bit mixy here off the drop.
Could indeed, and obviously eyes on toward Factory then. This has been where Twisted Minds are playing out of. They're currently second in our standings, a ways behind Virtus Pro Mind, a good 30 points, but this could be one of those games that if you set up early enough for, could give you a little bit of a gap to everybody else chasing behind. We'll get a quick look at this fight that will erupt again at BioWeapons. Team Vision up against the Gentlemates. FIFA Kill, Enkyo, they trade blows, call it the draw, reset, come again. Enkyo catches Lennon out, who tried to switch in for that fight. Little French Prince. With an SMG in hand, not many people will want to fight him out here on the map, and you just found out why.
Yeah, PPB's on in hand will let you take multiple fights in a row without worry. FIFA Kill playing from that top side, Echo down below. I do wonder, can they manage to kind of meet on up? But look who's kind of started to join the party here, Enigma. Dongi. He's managed to find himself all the way from Chemical here into Bio. And, well, he'll get cut down by Echo. A little bit of the kills getting fed on over. Gromaluk and Enkyo, they'll go ahead, trade on up, cut down Echo in the meantime. So we are a little bit of a blender starting to happen here on this northeastern side of the map as a couple of our top teams start to battle it out.
Yeah, tough for me to watch personally, European on European hate, but it's all right. We'll see the French pick up a number of kills, and Lennon, well, he's got to find a way to slip away. Otherwise, this is their team potentially out of here. You want to get the second player back in. Enkyo maybe overextend here. Going to be shot in the back by Leviathan, who are currently set up in Industries, and, well, the reposition from Enkyo is beautiful to find Len in the feed. Got to be careful about bullets coming in here, though. A little bit of life left on you, and no plates either for your little Frenchman there. Got to get back towards your teammates, and, well, Novo have been our first team wiped here, so much success through the early stage of this tournament. Today looking a very different story.
Yeah, you can see they get wiped, and that's going to really open up that control center side because, well, look who has now made their way to that control center dock. It is going to be XO, and for Twisted Minds, they've flexed on up from Factory. Smitty, he's hoping to be able to come online here. He's able to find Rated, will hop from G1 to G2, and is trying to make sure that nobody is there for the trade. So it's an easy cleanup, and I like what Twisted Minds is doing. It feels like they focus through these couple first games of moving from Factory and trying to either move up to Harbor or down to living quarters, but for now, it's pushing on up to headquarters.
No, I fully agree. They're drawing a bit of a line in the sand. I will say, though, the Falcons have arrived to living quarters far earlier than usual, so they are potentially looking at the situation of needing a lot more kills, and Soka's going to be close by the way, so maybe this is one of the change-ups that's coming through to try and give them a bit more of an advantage in some of these fights. Dongi does enough to find Decky, will be shut down by Lays, who has had himself a phenomenal tournament. Noob's going to be on a bit of a trade-out situation, clean up on 2 of the fights. CT Gaming, they're out of here. The Frenchman also suffering a little bit at the hands of Vision Esports. Back and forth we go. Enkyo stays up. Plenty of plates in the pocket to reset this fight. Hallow's going to try and cover over from the window if he can get there. Noob slides and, well, firing out in towards the smoke. Will hit very little in the end. Forced to back off, and kills coming through for the Falcons on Twisted Minds.
Falcons getting a lot more active earlier here today. 2 members of Twisted Minds fall. It's going to leave last one. You got to imagine that's Almond at Factory, as it looks like they are starting to maybe come online. You can see Soka and Biffle are actually going to be the ones running 2 by 2. Shifty's going to be the one down at Stronghold. That's from him getting taken out earlier, so probably while he's on the regain, you let these 2 push on forward. You start to maybe feel a little bit better. Biffle slides on out. A little bit of a spring mine action. We'll go ahead and back away Biffle. He's not going to be able to be there, but from the other side, you see Soka does find Aiden. That's the second of the map. looking to get active. We've seen this sometimes for Soka. If the team's not really gelling well, he says, put me on the front lines. Sometimes a general loves to lead from the back, but Soka, when the time calls, he will be leading the pack from the front.
Now, so often we talk about him as this anchor, as the IGL, as the intelligent player. Ladies and gentlemen, this man can shoot up there with his 2 teammates as one of the very best in the world, let me tell you. Gonna get aggressive here, find Smitty on the outside of the water. And this is exactly the adjustment that the Falcons are going to make. And as the rest of the lobby recognizes this, it might well change up the play that they make, become ever more scared of the Falcons, give them more space to operate in. That being said, Twisted Minds, they're going landing over towards Stronghold here. They might push that out, never mind. Shifty will find Almond. To the boats, 100 Thieves. Gabe tries to push out, will be punished for it. You do have company from Leviathan here if you are Exo, so it's about trying to pick your battles. Blast catches one. Ooh, slips and slides out. I wasn't 100% sure if that was intentional, but you will survive for now.
Worked out. Worked out for the time being. Hamoud, though, has an idea that Blast is down here behind the forklift. Blast just stuck. Can he get any bit of help? It looks like you got a player floating from above, maybe trying to give you those live pings if possible. If you are Blast, thankfully Tempered in hand will let you reset this fight beautifully. LC10 in hand, you find Hamoud. You'll stop the self-revive for coming on in. And it's just a little bit of a dance of death right now for Blast as he flies on in against Penguin. And he's not going to be able to do it. We are at least able to find one, and that is great for the time being. 100 Thieves will continue to hold this top side.
One of those moments there, I wonder if Blast can just wait for one of his teammates to get into that fight, potentially help him with the trade-out situation. Because he operates alone, you end up just falling, giving up. It could be an important kill later on. Anyway, over to the Falcons, who've started to move up this southern shoreline towards Harbor, surrounded by 2 members of Twisted Minds, and Smitty will shoot you in the back. Soka, you're in trouble. And, well, Soka can shoot with some of the best in the world, but so can a young man named Z-Smith. So you regain control of this shoreline. You will have players rotating on over, though, from AG Global. You've also got a little bit of company from the Falcons, and Leviathan trying to regain on this side of the map as well. So it's getting very busy over by Factory.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, so they at least have the opportunity, if they need to back on up towards Red or even Harbor, back on a little bit deeper, they're going to be able to. See Biffle maybe trying to help Soka in that engagement. He's now found himself over here in Factory, just looking to be a nuisance. Decky, Lays from Leviathan, just playing on this bottom side. Almond, he'll get back towards the top. All of a sudden, Factory becoming very, very active here in map number 5 after we've not really seen a lot of action in the past couple of games. And Biffle throws a little bit of a shoulder on that steps, and look who is looking down at him. Fully aware of where you are playing from. Well, it's a player from Twisted Minds at the top.
Yeah, showing the difference there in actually understanding the drop spot so much more because it's your innate home. You find that extra angle coming in from Almond that Biffle's just not expecting. He's forced to back off. There's a huge fight going on over towards No Name. Concrete will be held by the Gentlemates for now as Hallow finds himself a couple of kills in the feed. 5th kill slipped underneath to just anchor his team in for now. But it will be another regain situation for Team Vision. A difficult couple of maps for them. The French starting to hunt in the waters, and Clumsy finds out that they're extremely shallow when Hallow has an LC10 in hand. So you set up for now. You've got rotations coming in from Virtus Pro. This could be a huge fight for the rest of this map. Lincoln claim here to this northern side will give you a free roam down towards Control Center, maybe a little bit of a contest at boat, but otherwise you'll be feeling pretty for the next circle.
Yeah, I love this. I think you play this a little bit of ahead. You understand where the Gentlemates are, maybe try and back them on down. But it looks like for now, Virtus Pro going to go ahead back on up. You still have Sage over towards that chemical engineering side, and while Donkey and Noobs, they make their way back up towards the top of Prison. It's Prodigy in the window. He is just raining down bullets, and Noobs, he's made a little bit of a read on Division here, and it's some great shots indeed. Vision will get taken on out by Donkey, who's good for a solid trade as he moves on forward. Donkey, though, a nade up over the top. He's looking for the confirmation. That might be enough. He's going to get the hit marker. Can he get the hop up? Can he find the timing that is there? Oh, but Vision, Wars, they're on the outside. Drops on in. LC10 in hand. Donkey, he's good. Can he reset this fight? I don't know if he can. Where are the help? Nowhere to be found. Donkey eliminated. Noobs had to go regain over by Chemical with Sage. But hey, if you're Donkey, at least you're good for one.
Yeah, I think he gets unlucky there as well. He throws the flash into the rooftop and actually bounces back towards him. So I think if that had gone the direction he wanted, maybe even good for 2 there. Let's look at Exo Esports. Sits in bottom of our leaderboard currently. Need to find a way into this fight. You will be pressured trying to get up these stairs by 100 Thieves. Also got the Gentlemates slightly inland as well. The circle's dragging heavily off towards Factory or headquarters side. So you got to find a punch through these defensive lines early in order to find a rotation. Gabe's going to try and rotate here, but I don't think he's expecting Exo to start to play alongside the shore. Smoke goes out to cover, and if you are that 100 Thieves teammates set up in Control Center, you're very worried about losing him at the moment like this. potentially an overstray.
Yeah, but on the other side of the map, Twisted Minds, they went crazy in the kill feed, finding so many kills on the Leviathan. You can see the Falcons, they're starting to move on up, and well, Raiden from AGAL is just trying to make his way back to G1. Already feeling fantastic right now, only with some shots out of the sky. Yet again, you find a Lays here, Clumsy, flying in towards the boat as you are just looking to go ahead and farm right now if you are the Twisted Mind. They've been doing such a great job so far, currently sitting second on our leaderboard. It's been all about mixing those kills with the placement where they can. And map number 5, it's looking very good for them, but they have to be able to get towards that end game, get to that 1.4 to be able to maybe start having some contention against Virtus Pro.
Certainly do, and several teams, by the way, edging their bets at this point, recognizing that Circle's pulling off towards this corner. Twisted Minds will fight the factory, but you're also going to have Gentlemen setting up headquarters alongside AG Global. It's Prison that Rock Esports are going to want to fight their way out of, and have done enough to back down their opposition in Team Vision here. But that circle's going to drag ever further off towards factory, so all that work Twisted Minds have done at this point will hand them potential win condition. That being said, they will have plenty of company, and teams start to scramble down the hill. Beef gets caught, and Kio's trying to send bullets on over the top. So is Hallow, and right now you're going to have to back up and just stay alive. Unfortunately, you lose Wars, and Rock Esports in a tough position for the next rotation.
Is FIFA about to get the self off? Oh my gosh, he does.
How the hell?
Smoke comes on out. It's basically because Gentlemates are here and Grandma's looking on over. Have absolutely no idea that FIFA found himself knocked right underneath that staircase. We're more concerned about shooting on over towards Rock. Lennon will get found on out, and you can see Thief, he's out there. They watch Echo come on in. It's a battle in the showers. He's trying to be able to sprint away. Snakes are in. The form is looking a little bit of good as Rock will go ahead, bring the bullets to their EU brethren. They would love to be the squad on top coming out of the Esports World Cup, and, well, they are laying a good claim to it so far. Win the last map, and they're looking pretty good right now.
Not bad at all. Everyone takes a breath, then sets up. I say that, 100 Thieves, they're going to roll up. They want to fight the Falcons. On the opposite side of this are the FaZe boys. So you start to be squeezed if you are the defending champions. 2 dead. Shifty only remains. He slips out the backside. Sorry, Soka will be up only by a bullet.
No way.
Just about gets away. Plate goes in, doesn't have much spare. Finds one on the deck. We'll scoop that inside. 100 Thieves on the hunt. 2 of your players are aboard. And the Falcons are gone again. Don't even make top 10 here in map 5.
Wow, I don't know what we are seeing, and you can see the venue. It's all collapsed. They're happy for that one. An early exit yet again from the Falcons. I liked what we saw from them. It was an earlier push up to living quarters. I thought that was going to allow them to get a little bit more active. We saw Soka himself on the front line. Falcons trying to do something new here in that number 5, trying to fight their way up the leaderboard, but it's still just not enough. I think they're maybe starting to feel the competition, starting to feel the pressure that some of these other squads are bringing.
And there is nothing but layer cake action here at Factory. To quote our good friend, Grandmaster Goge. Gentlemen will be a part of this, so will Virtus Pro. You're going to see kills coming in from Twisted Minds onto AG Global. And look at this, layer upon layer of teams waiting to activate, waiting to strike. Going to let everybody else fight first and hook to third party a couple of situations. Maybe find yourself some freebies. You want bodies going into the end fights. You want to be the ones to come out on top in the trades.
Well, if you're the Gentlemates, you're probably want to just say, let them eat cake at this point. Come on in, let these players go ahead, battle it on out. Hold this side, and I don't get antsy. Don't think you have to maybe try and push for a different layer. Wait for where this zone goes ahead and pulls. Virtus Pro, though, they want some of these kills. Doggy already currently sitting on 8. I think if VP can manage to convert this at least into a top 5, you're going to see them push their way up the leaderboard. But for right now, Head is just going to hold on in. 7 squads remaining, looking to get towards that 1.4 times multiplier. And look where this zone pulls. It's on over towards the school. Hop on the bus, ladies and gentlemen, because we all got to move.
Yeah, you can make as educated a guess as you like, but sometimes the zone just says, everybody's coming over here, and the Gentlemates will get aggressive and send Virtus Pro to their graves. Gentlemates were sat in third coming into this. Virtus Pro on top. A huge fight in the context of this tournament. The French continue to roll on out. They will have a lot of company to deal with, and Kyo's going to get knocked, and you pull yourself off. It looks like he has. Standing back up here, but FaZe will be in school, and Twisted Minds have the rooftop to try and shut this down.
Hollow, he gets taken on out. FaZe, they're trying to play from this other side. Can you take the rooftop of school here into our top 3 as Clumsy trying to play alongside the other 2 players, looking around on the outside, trying to be able to maybe find an angle on these players on the top. Hollow finally gets taken up from Gentlemates. It brings us down into a 3v. 3v3. Twisted Minds versus Fade. Sees Smith. He's going to be the first one to drop on down, but it's a huge wrap. Twisted Minds. They make the first rotation over to School. They hold down the positioning, and they activate when they need to. Aiden, you can see, he is always a ball of energy. He is the light of the Warzone scene, and in those final moments, he comes online. The fans in the arena are going crazy right now, and that could be the type of game that puts Twisted Minds hot on the heels of Virtus Pro.
Most certainly could. They controlled that factory region so well, so early, and when it turns into layer cake action, so often you walk away from those with a body missing. It makes those end flanks incredibly difficult, but they control the situation, having to operate on the edge of zone, cut down teams trying to rotate in, but also then just ensuring that they don't get involved in too much action before they then spot that the rotation's got to come in. They get onto the rooftop, phaser underneath, but they deal with everything around them. And three players that, quite frankly, I have a lot of admiration for, do a wonderful job to close things out here at a map that could mean they push right up against Virtus Pro. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to assess everything, get back to you real soon. We need a quick break before we figure out how this table looks.
go. Try to get height and turn. Turn as soon as you get there.
Scanner floor, scanner floor.
Knock.
Nice.
On your roof, on school, on school.
1 hurt.
I got 3 knocked down low. I'm coming up. Back.
He jumped off.
I'm here.
I have no plates.
Here.
No plates.
Drop 2. Self on me.
Okay,
I'm about to look over Venom. Dead.
Nice.
3v3. I'm stuck lower. I think I'm gonna take an angle on a window outer. Okay. I'm ready. Yeah, 120. Knocked. Another one weak. 1 Swung me. Dead. Let's go. Let's fucking go, man. Let's go, baby.
Good shit, baby.
Oh my gosh. Let's go, baby. Look, I sounded the fuck out of this guy. Look at this. Let's get.
Falcons fans dejected after what could have been their worst drop of the day. They're used to this team sitting on top of the leaderboard. After being crowned our 2024 champions, the Falcons have been struggling, but they're still in the mix. Where did they finish this game?
10th place. 10th place all the way back. That's tough for them too because they finally make a change for the first time in several years. Hisoka is no longer the anchor. He pushes up with Biffle. You think the change starts to work out. They're putting up an epic battle against Leviathan, against Twisted Minds over at Factory, but ultimately they end up falling. The biggest concern, again, they have never changed up their strategy. Hisoka's always been the IGL anchor role. This time they change it, which shows me they're grasping at straws. They don't know what they need to do to win.
Is that because other teams are deathballing? I see a lot of squads on the map that are just 3 players stacked on top of each other.
I don't know if it's so much deathballing as much as it's just they're not they're not being able to find favorable fights. I think some of the thing was, again, like last year, they ran away with a handful of wins back to back, but the teams that were in front of them were soft. You weren't dealing with teams that could shoot back, largely speaking, in the terms of how Falcons play.
Yep.
The other side of it is that no one's even dropping around them. It's almost like a NATO collection of, like, let's just stay away from Falcons, and the whole lobby's like, all right, sounds good.
Well, we asked, would it work for teams like Vision to go with new drops each time? They won a game, but we also haven't said their names in a little bit. Twisted Minds, though, walks away with a W, and Aiden showing you just how fired up he is in that venue.
And we've been saying it, right? Aiden and his discipline from last year to this year has improved immensely, but we got to give credits to Ullman, right? That player that was in second place in that Fnatic squad last year, coming for that win, and Alan made a great point for these squads, right? They have practice. They've had a qualifier. For the Falcons last year, you had a couple of weeks to prepare teams from World Series of the Warzone from the year before, but these teams here today and this team right here, Twisted Minds, has been in the top 5 pretty much all throughout the day.
Yeah. And this is where I feel they're the strongest. A Factory in zone. Come on, we've been talking about zones all this time shift. Where the zone ends determines who typically is the winner. 100 Thieves, right, for example, having a great finish whenever it comes to the control side of things. Obviously, Factory, you expect Twisted Minds to be a favorite.
Yeah, and I'll eat my shoe a little bit because we do that breakdown about how it's an end game circle that Twisted Minds should be more proactive when it's on their side of the map. This time they do. You hear them in the last minute comms. We got to get the high ground. Let's make sure we've got the angle on these guys, and it works out beautifully. So a second place, a third place, finally able to get over the finish line. Good tally, should be close to a tie game.
Dream, I asked you, would Gentlemates win this game? You said, I don't think so. But they had a big moment. There were 4 teams all stacked up. Gentlemates, the only one to survive the battle. How many kills do you think Enkyo and friends were able to collect there on that drop?
Oh my gosh, I have no idea. But I mean, even going into that, at least, I mean, okay, I don't even know. I don't even know.
Probably at least 15, 20.
15? Yeah, I was going to say 15 to 20. Okay, we got 17.
Saw 2 of the players. We're waiting on the numbers from the third, and production says, don't you worry. We got the tally. Here it is. If you are a Gentlemates fan, your squad just got up to 70 kills. They are now at 87.6. Twisted Minds, coming off that win, is now within 10 points of Virtus Pro. It is getting tight, and no one is on match point after our first 6 drops.
Yeah, and that's, I think, you know, a little bit of an astonishment for us because I think all of us on the talent team were looking at VP Falcons. If the zone goes east, VP should get points. If the zone goes west, Falcons should get points. The only thing I will mention here is that outside of the simple fact that you have had a dominated scoreboard by Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds in terms of average placements, teams like Gentlemates, 100 Thieves, Falcons, without a win yet, have an opportunity to really skyrocket if they can just get one good drop. There's still a little bit of wiggle room before we get to that match point threshold and the panic starts to really set in.
So I just was looking at the numbers. The best we have seen is a 32 kill game. Who put it up? the Falcons. That turned into a 51.2 point performance. They could be right back in this with a single drop. The question is, will anyone feed them? That's what they need. Come hungry. Falcons are ready to score. They need to get it going right now as we send it back over to the casters.
Some of our teams are feasting, like Puckett said. Others are starving. And, well, I know it's getting late here in Riyadh, but guess what? There's still plenty to eat out on that battlefield. Teams like Twisted Minds proving that with a fantastic map number 5 win.
Yeah, and I love the way that the devs break it down. You are right in the sense of, like, this circle pulls off, and a lot of teams are profiting from that. But that comes from great defensive work. The reason the Falcons choose Stronghold isn't because they get a lot of circles there, it's because they're happy to rotate typically. But we have seen a closing of the gap here in terms of skill level, because we're seeing a lot of these top teams now recognize they can push out to control things. Twisted Minds early in that one, they understand actually we squeeze towards headquarters, living quarters, batter these teams away, and it gives us the setup that we need for the late game. The Falcons are struggling to break that down right now. They currently sit 5th on our leaderboard, way off where Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds sit after breaking the 100-point barrier.
Yeah, and I was going to say, what's crazy to me is, you know, we kind of have been watching Virtus Pro run away with this, but you look at that leaderboard, Twisted Minds, they're only 9 points behind Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
That's not a lot when we kind of talk about some of our game, some of our team. So, well, yes, it was all about Virtus Pro running away with it. Twisted Minds, they're right there in the mix.
What a story it would be, by the way, and to bounce back from map 1. But then, sorry, not map 1, day 1, where they struggled so much, we weren't sure if they were getting through groups or not. End up in a situation where they are right on the cusp, the tails of the current leaders in finals, the bounce back, the installation of confidence that they have so desperately needed. We have another drop, and ladies and gentlemen, the reason Dandro is losing his damn mind though is because we've just seen the circle. Prepare yourselves for a bloodbath.
Yeah, I can't wait for you guys to all see this one, because I think maybe we said, hey, you know, things have been going a little bit too good today. It's been a little bit too by the nose, you know, the zones favoring some teams, maybe not others. I think it's about map number 6 says, let's throw this into chaos. Let's start our own discussion, because you can see in the top left there, everybody is about to have to head down to Stronghold and living quarters, man. And so for a couple of these teams, it makes sense that you have to get active early. Gravelok is trying to be able to stay alive here, but Team Vision does a great job. You wipe Enkyo, and while that's all happening, XO Esports, they are already wiped, fresh off the game.
Yeah, really interesting landing as well off screen, by the way, for Twisted Minds. One of them goes to Factory as typical, one of them goes to Harbor, one of them went to Control Center to fight Thieves. So I'm not sure exactly what the call is there, but trying to apply some pressure, and well, doesn't necessarily go well because 2 of your players die. At least Smitty off towards Factory will be safe for now. Let's take a look over towards headquarters. AG Global, not been much of a conversation really. And Robstar, eBoss Esports sitting atop his tower. Will just back his opponent down, but not feeling very fresh with no plates in the pocket to survive any onslaught that might come his way. And right now, everybody just trying to fight for a little bit lay of the land. With how south and how hard this circle is pulling, soon everyone's going to have to begin on those rotations.
And one thing that's interesting, I'm seeing Donkey in this kill feed. He lands at that red building over towards Harbor, and he is just continuing to push on into Factory. Has kind of been able to find a couple of picks onto Twisted Minds. And I think maybe Virtus Pro having this realization, saying, hey, what made us so successful through these first basically 4 maps that we had, it was being able to have Donkey and Noobs push on out, find a bunch of kills while Sage is able to stay alive. And I think maybe, even though the zones haven't gone their way necessarily, they need to get back to that form here in game number 6. But already, a lot of our players starting to move. Some interesting things happening on the map. For Team Vision, you've already had 2 wins on the day. And it looks like for now, you've managed to win Bio. And I think Lennon maybe has a sneaking suspicion there's going to be a player over here at the submarine. Go ahead, get that loadout, hit that buy station. Maybe wait for Hollow to go ahead, pop his head on up. Ahsoka, DS, Piffle. They've actually made a fast rotation back over here towards Factory. We saw this happening last game, and it didn't necessarily work out great for the Falcons. Ahsoka, he's going to send shots down on range onto Almond, top of Factory. Unfortunately, you got to back away for the time being.
You will indeed. Almond just on Overwatch here. He's going to see the cross. It's inside smoke at least, and that's why the Falcons forever live to tell another tale, because they know not to take those crossings lightly. Will get themselves up towards headquarters. Will Rated peer over towards this? The answer is a no. So Soka, Biffle leading the front lines. Will slip inside buildings here. Looking for a couple of kills. Soka, well, LC10 will deal a little bit of damage for Scumming. A little bit of a do-si-do, a little bit of a left, a little bit of a right. You read where he's gotten off to. The answer is no. Scumming doesn't have to slip away. And Soka, well, he's found a couple of more players. Might well find poor timing as he loses Biffle.
Yeah, I mean, Biffle going down is going to force Soka to maybe get a little bit active. Scumming throws the shoulders at the wrong time. I was thinking maybe Rated was there to look on over him, but no, he's getting pushed by Extra J on the other side. As CT Gaming, they have flexed on out of prison. They decide to bring the energy towards AGAL. Nate Dogg still up in the tower. Second game in a row, I gotta say, we see Soka and Diaz Biffle being the two to surge on forward, not Shifty. So Shifty's gonna stay down there towards Stronghold. I don't know what it is. Maybe he's not feeling himself today. It just says, hey, you know, obviously, Soka, if you're feeling it, man, you gotta go for it. Bring the energy your way. So Falcons, we'll go ahead and reset down below. For everybody else, it's a big push through prison. Virtus Pro. Even though Dongy's been getting active early on in this game, you have to stay alive on this rotation. You find Echo. Donkey with another one. Already sitting on 5. We're only missing one team here, ladies and gentlemen. As Virtus Pro, they'll take to the roof. You have Evos in your way. Showstopper, great snakes across. And I think if you're noobs, you wait for Donkey here. Yeah, you're just going to go ahead and pincer this from a couple different directions. And Showstopper just tries to play his life, but it is not enough.
It is not in a heartbeat, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. We lose FaZe Clan and also Rock Esports. So down to 11 teams trying to hit this rotation. Expect this to thin the lobby quickly here because this rotation, again, just going to continue to pull squads off towards Factory. Twisted Minds trying to do what they did last time. Creates a bit of a buff, a bit of a barrier. Hallow's going to be out in the water. Aiden doesn't necessarily spot him, but probably understands here that he just needs to clear a little bit of a path around his base, the place he's called home through this tournament. Grumlock picked up by Robstar in the feed. Z-Smith finds Hallow. Gentlemates have been in a scramble since the very beginning of this map. It has not gotten any better as we approach halfway through our second circle.
I like what Smitty's doing here. I think sometimes Twisted Minds, they allow people to take this boat and they just become annoying in these endgame, you know, kind of zones. And I think they look at this map and they say, hey, this zone likely is going to pull us off Factory at some point. I'd love to be able to get on out of this POI without having another team at our back. So doing this nice little split is huge because you can see they find one player, Hollow, he gets found in the feed as well. So Gentlemates in a bit of a blender on that side of the map. For Virtus Pro, they've made their way into zone on top of prison. They have a good idea that Nate Dogg is going to be on up here. And I think they have a similar idea, managing to say, if we could just manage to hold on to top prison, this would be great. News with some fantastic nades landing on top of Nate Dogg. Won't manage to bring him on down, but at least we'll force him to go ahead, play back on up, burn some of those resources. And I think this could be very scary if you are in this lobby. The Virtus Pro is in a power position and potentially has sights on a lot of different teams.
We lose another team, by the way, Novo Esports, a squad that struggled all day. They will be our fourth squad eliminated from this map. The French have taken to the waters. A bit of pressure here from CT Gaming as well in Resolve, and he's now gone. Leviathan going to be a part of the conversation. Problem is, if you are the Frenchman, how much do you have in terms of plate to take on that fight? Because you've actually had a while there if you are Leviathan, so they may have some utility. 100 Thieves squeezing up towards prison. Plenty of company. You find the shot into Echo.
Swing it, do it, baby. Oh, Gabe playing a little bit too good right now. Doesn't let the overchild happen, doesn't let him get active. But Gabe is now just fully off the leash, and he is running free in prison. He finds one, and he finds Scum in there. And I think he wants to keep going here, Enigma. Starting to maybe feel himself. He's currently on his 6, and this is what makes this 100 Thieves team so dangerous, is that I feel like when you're in this moment, they say, we have control center, we feel pretty good. Hey, Gabe, you know how you were Rookie of the Year not too long ago? Let's go ahead and remind everybody why that was, as Gabe is just absolutely running through prison, and this has become his playground.
Yeah, it's always an interesting one for this 100 Thieves roster. We've heard them talk about their game plan, how they like to play around each other, but sometimes when they do get control of control, they like to then push on out. And Gabe doing that to great effect. You also had clearance off boat off towards your side there as CT threatened. So 100 Thieves looking good, setting up there on yellow off towards the top left corner of your minimap. But we took a look at the zone, my friend, and everyone's scrambling for a bit of control. This might be living quarters in the end. Factory still going to be controlled by Twisted Minds. A lot of teams down in the water, but otherwise it's big rotations coming in from prison to set teams up for the late game. They will be on the higher ground, so potentially the preferential position. But for now, Falcons, they're fighting over G1, G2. You will lose Soka, Biffle. putting damage down range, but I'm seeing one kill on the board. I can't remember the last time I saw that.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously a lot of fights being happening right now for DS Bitful. I love that you call that out. 1,600 damage to his name, but only one singular kill. It means that you're probably throwing a shoulder, getting an armor craft. You're not actually able to commit to that fight and be able to bring somebody down. So right now, at least for one member of the Falcons, it hasn't been too great. Dongi throws too much of his face on top of Prison, and Skullface is happy to send shots right up there from control. We'll go ahead, knock Dongi. That is going to be a full. You still have control of this top side. If you are 100 Thieves, you don't have to worry too much about it. Team Vision still down here in the bottom as well. They'll maintain control from this angle. Well, Noobs, he's dropped on down. I don't know if he's going to hear any of that movement.
Oh, he will.
Going to wait for somebody to maybe pop on out.
Noob, yeah, trying to bide his time here, trying to activate in the correct moment. Echo reads it, the Thermite catches, and till death do us part as this war wages on between these two. Skullface actually ends up getting that kill from off towards the control center. That's frustrating one for Team Vision. Then again, if they punch up onto the rooftop here, this could give them the look over the rest of the land as everyone else scrambles beneath. Twisted Mind still holding onto Factory here. Haven't yet begun their rotation over towards the living quarters, and it's finding the correct time to do that. Not an easy place to set up. You risk being pinched in, so it's better to come in with that circle and just clear path on through.
Well, that's realistically what we're looking at right now here, Enigma, is that we just have a couple teams that are all playing on the outer edge of zone. There's only one player in the middle, and that's Robstar on top of Green. And, well, he's basically just laying on his stomach the entire time, just trying to maybe hold on to this one until the very end. Play towards placement. Says, I'm going to let everybody else go ahead and try and maybe fry on out here. You can see Almond has surged on up, has an idea that the Gentlemates are out here on the edge, but I'm looking at Noobs, gets dropped by Aiden. Dongi, he's taken out as well, so where is Sage? Can Sage stay alive and keep Virtus Pro on in it? With Z-Smith, he's gonna be able to find Noobs. Sage actually over in Prison in a battle, because you can see AGAL, they've come on up, they're trying to take a Team Vision, so if you're Sage, maybe you're thanking your stars that AGAL have maybe taken the ire of Team Vision away from you, and FIFA Kill in his last dying breath, at least will be able to get a buy off, get Echo back on into the mix, but Lennon, a huge 1v2 to his name. He finds Raiden. Scumman's coming in from below. The pre-fires, he knows exactly where he's coming from. Tempered, gonna let him reset this fight very, very quickly, and Echo flies on over towards the buy station, but Scumman with the turn and burn! He finds the last two remaining members of Team Vision, wipes them off the map, but Dongi, he'll be able to make the trade onto Scumman, and Sage slides on down to hit the buy station.
Incredible work there from Scumman to find that second kill. Won't be much comfort to Nate Dogg because he sits up atop that tower alone. Virtus Pro, they've continued to find a way into this, and they'll be very thankful, of course, to AG Global for saving Sage's life, quite frankly. Now setting themselves up, looking on over the top. Squad starting to push in now towards living quarters. Twisted Minds finding their way in ground. Gentlemates are still alive somehow. How the hell? I don't know. Falcons have got to consider their rotation. They'll have CT Gaming to deal with first, but the problem is from this area, and something they've struggled with all day, everyone can look over at you from that wall side, and now 100 Thieves have your number.
Yeah, I mean, even if you do manage to make out your way out of CT Gaming, you basically hit it right on the head. On one side, you have 100 Thieves who are looking down at you, and the other, it's either going to be the Gentlemates or Twisted Minds, because look at this, Twisted, they find the angle. Almond, he good, he lines them on up, he knocks them on down, and you might see Twisted full send this. A nade through this door could be absolutely crucial right now. It won't manage to connect, but what's more important though, you find DS Bitful in that mix. You bring the Falcons down to 2. Now the Falcons, they haven't had great placement in these early games, but here they only need to hang on to 2 more spots to actually get to that 1.4. The question is though, do they have the kills to take advantage of it?
Well, that's a good question indeed. Actually, I'm going to say, by the way, I love this play out of Twisted Minds to back off. I was a little bit worried they were going to continue to send at the Falcons, knowing how much they want to get rid of them. But the composure is there, the comms, the control, the discipline to back up. Gabe also showing an element of discipline. He's just holding a line here as Shifty tries to cross.
I mean, it's just both of these teams, these are 2 veteran squads. They know that Falcons are going to be down here, and they know they're saying, in this position, we need to be looking this way if we want to cut them on down. So while Twisted Minds rotate on out, 100 Thieves, they're going to move on over. It's only one player left from the Falcons playing on out in the gas. Meanwhile, everywhere else, we see Noob, Sage, and Dongi all get dropped, but I'm looking for the full. Can anybody go ahead and maybe bring them on out? But here in green, it is becoming a party. Up top, you have Evos, Gentlemates in the middle, Twisted Minds down below. And where this zone goes, well, it goes all the way back towards headquarters. You're going to have to fight your way uphill.
You will indeed. Soka's here, by the way, has 12 kills on the board, so yes, Falcons will fall in 5th. They get that multiplayer, they get a lot of kills. Didn't necessarily look like a great map, but turns out it could be one that lifts them back into the plate. Gentlemates are here. They have company down below in Twisted Minds. They've got 2 EVOS players up above, and you've also got all 3 of 100 Thieves setting up sensors off.
Look at the wrap, though. They're coming in on the outside. Jawad activates, though. Those are 2 huge kills on the members of the Gentlemates. He will get found on out, and Soka actually somehow gets the kill for Inane onto Rodstar. But we come down to the final 2 teams, and look at the rotations that are coming on through. Skullface, Blast there towards the soft. Skull, he finds E-Smith. Blast finds Almond, and well, Skull brings down Aiden again. 100 Thieves, they were in 4th before that game, just on the outside looking in, and Enigma, I think with some smart plays, with some smart looks, huge kills, you let Gabe off the leash. Thieves, they might have just started to enter the top of our leaderboard, and they might be saying, hey, we were a squad everybody had to look at. We're here now.
But the 100 Thieves motto is take what is not given. They've sure as hell had to do that through this tournament.
Yes.
Fighting for control every single map through all 4 days of this event. And now fighting very much so up towards those top placings, a position that none of us would have put them in yesterday when it looked like they weren't even making it through LCQs. But they are figuring it out. That rotation comes through, setting them up for the end game. Great work there. But it's that discipline coming through. I think that they recognize the Falcons were in trouble. Gabe sets himself up to cover that cross and make sure that their stronghold side is protected. And therefore, we know how Living Quarters plays out. It's such a dangerous position. You can be pinched in, so you want to come in with a circle. Make sure your back is against the gas. You don't have to look behind you. And they just march on forward. Recognize that zone pull early and do a wonderful job to close themselves out here and likely lift themselves ever closer to our top 2.
I mean, dude, this is just getting great. These are a lot of the teams that we said you have to keep your eye on, and well, for the time being, it feels like we're getting delivered right now. Gentlemates, we got to talk about them. They make it towards that end game as well. It's just unfortunate. I think they're too worried about maybe the different angles and not worried enough about the team above them. But for a squad that played beautiful that game, we are going to have an interview with Aiden from Twisted Minds. So let's head to the arena and hear what he has to say. Welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena. I've got Aiden from Twisted Minds alongside me. Aiden, we got a first talk. There we go. The crowd's popping. Let's go. Make some noise. Aiden, map 5, monster game. Did it like light a fire for you guys? Because you almost went back to back. That second place, it was so close.
Yeah, we've been playing pretty consistent all day, and I think we were just talking about it like right before that game. We're like, we have a banger incoming. We know it's gonna come at some point, and we literally had it that game and put us right next to VP. So we're just gonna keep playing ourselves, not get too cocky, but stay confident.
Some of the analysts were also talking about how your drop zone is pretty much free. Factory, you're getting a good rotation out of there. So early game, you're not getting hassled as much. What kind of fights are you getting into? What other teams are kind of causing you issues on your rotates in the later game?
We're not really, we're kind of just, usually we have an advance, like we usually don't leave till fire sale, so we kind of just go wherever we find most fit with the zone and just go from there.
That's a fair point. And I think that the win is on the horizon, of course. We're creeping ever so close now to that kind of point threshold for match point. You guys going to pull it off? Come on, we need some confidence from you, big guy.
We're going to pull it off. I'm just going to trust in my teammates. They're some of the best players in the world, and we're just going to do our thing.
Yeah, Salmon and Z Smith, you guys are popping off as well. GG so far. We're getting close. It's getting very close. I can taste it. I know you guys can at home, so stick around because I've got more Warzone for you after this.
Skull, you've actually pulled off some insane victories in your career. What's your secret?
I just totally go with it. Positive affirmations. Every day I wake up, look myself in the mirror, I just say 3 things. I don't miss, I don't die, I stay on top.
Sure, positive affirmations, but practice, right? Plenty of that?
Just positive affirmations, I stay on top.
Positive affirmations, okay.
All green, all living. Everybody there, all living. We can just hold together. I got a flash, yeah. I'm more front living. Step on me, boys. I don't have a gas, I can't play that. I think you can, boys. Maybe I can play back. No, it's good. Top green, crack. Press good. You can take more. 3v3. Bottom green, I'm no back to this border. One's far left, below me. Not far right. One's far right. Behind me, Dormer. Nice. Let's go fucking shit, baby. Come on. Go. Press. Go fucking call, baby. Go fucking shit, man. Let's go. Good shit, boys. Hey, look at that. Turn on this motherfucker. Good job, boy.
That's our solo YOLO winner on top. Once again, Skullface and 100 Thieves looking good in the bounce back game, but some familiar faces are making their way in to our top 5 shift. I want to come to you first here. What were you witnessing as this game played out?
I think what the thing about it is we're starting to see dramatic levels of consistency coming out from our top teams. Twisted Minds being one of them, of course. They get to another final circle. They've been doing that all day today. Virtus Pro, another tough rotation, but finding good eliminations as they move across the map. Just can't quite get through that threshold to get to the final circle. And Gentle Mates, same situation. They've really impressed today in terms of their ability to pick up kills on rotation, stay healthy, give themselves a chance. Consistency's been key, and those 3 teams have really provided.
What's happened to my team vision? Are they just running into the Gentle Mates too early?
Pretty much. That's exactly what's happening. And it's quite unfortunate, man, because, Vision was doing so well off the start, and they still very much have a chance, right, to go up into the threshold. But Gentle Mates are on a different level at the moment. The crowd buff is real. The confidence gain from LCQ is unmatched. These boys, they're looking to go all the way, and I got to say, I'm so impressed.
Vision was looking good, though, at control, but really it was Scumming, right, that disrupted him. I think he just got a 2-piece right there, and we were screaming. Even though he did go down, that was a huge one to take out Vision.
Do you guys want to see where we're at on the leaderboard?
Without a God, please.
Have we hit the threshold of 135 points? Ooh. No, we are just under, which makes everyone else take a big sigh of relief. We're still in the game. We're still running it. No one is on match point. You got at least 2 games to score here.
With that, this is getting crazy for me. Top 5 in general can get past the threshold. I actually think we're going to have 5 teams on that threshold point before we end this tournament. And for Falcons, they still haven't even placed top 5, if I'm not mistaken.
That last game was the first time. They just get 5th,
That 1.4 multiplier helping them out, getting up to 92 points. You said, though, we could have 5 teams on match point before this is said and done. I kind of believe it. Dream?
Yeah, I believe it too. And I will say for 100 Thieves, I believe they were like 23-ish points or so below the Gentle Mates. So to be propelled a few points above, this is so close, you guys.
I think Falcons are still definitely in the realm, but 100 Thieves are starting to heat up, much to the joy of Nadeshot and friend Symphony. All smiles as the boys rocking the Adidas continue to power forward.
And I think the impressive thing about this win is they don't win it by just sitting in control. They win it by rotating, taking down a couple of the key teams over the top side of Prison, and then putting themselves in the best position of the final circle. We have not seen that yet for 100 Thieves. Yesterday, their 3 wins came by way of sitting in control. So this is really inspiring stuff for Thieves fans.
And the one thing about Control, too, that we saw that was different, Twisted Minds. They sent a person Control. So they had 1 Control, I believe 1 Living, and then obviously 1 Factory. So playing a little bit of different there, spoiler, that, hey, it helps.
And coming into today, one of the biggest talking points was 100 Thieves. Are they able to leave Control? Because there was only 1 team who was going to challenge them, and I believe it was Novo from the ship Control side.
And they've been a non-factor.
And they have been a non-factor, but 100 Thieves can't just sit Control all the time. They've got to rotate out, and now that they do, they find success.
Can I raise a hand and ask a question?
Sure.
Who's the best player on this team right now?
Gabe.
You think Gabe?
I'm going Gabe.
I don't know. I'm gonna say Skull.
I'm thinking Skull, the
because he closes them out, he gets the kills, but he's the one that's keeping them together right now.
And the energy too from Skull.
Oh, yeah.
Like always screaming, yelling. Like I've really the affirmations are one thing. Okay, Blast isn't giving it. Skullface is.
Now Skullface, of course, knew how close he was last year with Fnatic, off to such a hot start. His former teammate is the team that has been in the running this whole time. At the top of the leaderboard with Virtus Pro is Twisted Minds. And you got to think Almond has been a key feature in their success.
Oh, yeah. Almond's been great. And honestly, Almond was the reason why Falcons had such a tough time rotating over towards the factory side. If it wasn't for him, hey, they would have had a much easier route. Almond was gatekeeping them. He has been the glue, at least today. I got to say, I'm always impressed with the way he plays.
Can I just say one thing about Almond, too, is the fact that, I'm going to say it anyway, the fact that last year he was playing with quieter teammates, right? You're playing with noobs, you're playing with Skullface. So going from TBE to a team like that, he had to step up in the IGL role. So his comms, his slaves, he overall just got improved as a player.
If we're looking at their average game, what is Twisted Minds doing right now, Alan? What are we seeing from them?
I think the thing is, all three players are averaging the same amount of kills right now. All of them have 5 kills per drop. The tally between them is 30, 27, and 32. So all three of them are providing. And the thing about it is, again, I'm eating my other shoe now, is that they are making plays together. Are their calls perfect? Maybe not. Maybe not in some of the earlier drops. But now the confidence is boosting. They know they're outslinging everyone in the lobby, and they are snowballing in the late game and taking care of teams quickly, which is something that Falcons is not doing.
Can I ask the Desk a question?
No.
Thank you. I was hoping you would say no. Is Chris Tunn right? Are the Falcons really going to finish outside the top 3?
Oh, no, hold on. No, we're not starting to stand about Chris Tunn being right.
Is Chris Tunn right?
He might be.
I might have to grow a mustache, ladies and gentlemen. For now, let's hope Shifty can bail me out.
Shifty from the Falcons. Mate, it's a fierce tournament so far. Fierce grand final. What's going wrong for you guys?
Just a lot of zone pulls aren't going our way, and when we do get them, we're just not really capitalizing on it. I mean, it's just one of those days.
One of those days in the office. It looks tough. You've still got a lot of kills. A turnaround is still very much on the cards. What are you looking for in the next 2 maps?
Next game, I think we're in match point contention if we get like a 30 win. We're just gonna have to fucking bounce back, get a win, and just ice out. Honestly, we're just trying to get to match point as quick as possible and just end it.
Is pressure in your mind at all? Is there anything about going back to back, or is it simply one map at a time?
Honestly, we're just getting fucking war zoned. I mean, it just happens. I mean, we've been all days here, even the bad zone pulls, we've been able to make the best out of it. I mean, today it's just literally just not going our way. It's just unfortunate, but we know that no matter what, we're not out of it. The fans, they're cheering for us, they're supporting. But nah, no fear in our hearts. It's just we just gotta turn around.
I'll let you get back into the game. Thank you very much, brother. Good luck.
Go ahead, Shift. It's time to draw out what the Falcons are struggling with.
They are getting war zoned a little bit, but I don't think that's a valid enough excuse. They're doing fine in terms of total kills. They're not that far off the beat. What they're missing out on is placement, and I think I'm figuring out why exactly they're getting kills but not getting placement. You go back into how these last 2 maps have gone. The thing to keep in mind, you've got one player in Stronghold. That's always going to be the case. And yes, they are hunting out kills, but watch how this plays out with Twisted Minds, because as you watch them find these eliminations, they're actually winning this 2v3. And that's been the case throughout a lot of these battles when they go try to find eliminations. The problem is they're not finishing squads. You can see Twisted Minds able to reset, able to get out behind this play. The same thing is happening on the north side of the map. You're going to have a couple of squads that are not having a good time dealing with 100 Thieves. They're going to get into the water, and they're still able to reset. This is against Shifty, who's been picking up a sniper rifle, but Ahsoka has also simultaneously not been finding good value. Look at the reset back here again. Twisted Minds drop back into living quarters. They split Falcons completely, and they're so disjointed. So as the circle starts to shrink, Falcons have no space to work with, because you got one player worried about this, one player worried about that, the other player's off screen, for crying out loud, all the way up towards Harbor, and they're getting picked one by one. And Twisted Minds, even though they lost a 2v3, they're still getting back into fighting form. They're still getting into position to fight for an endgame, whereas this guy's on an island, this guy's in Bermuda, and the other is in BFE. It's just Falcons are playing for kills, they're finding them, but they're not getting together to put themselves in late game contention, even when the zone is in their backyard.
Falcons looking to bounce back with a stronger game to keep their run in the club championship alive. Right now, they're in the top spot, but I'm told there's some chaos brewing over in the Amazon Arena. Let's check out our STC Club Championship numbers.
I'm here in the Amazon Esports Arena. I'm joined by Laxing. We'll be talking about Rainbow Six Siege X and exactly where we are in the tournament, mate. How's it going?
Yeah, we're in the grand final, Miles, and I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well. It's kind of crazy to think that we're already in the grand final, but the scenario that we find ourselves here at Rainbow Six with the two teams, G2 hasn't attended a grand final in over 900 days, which is crazy to think about. And then for Team Secret, this is their first ever grand final as a team, as players, and as an organization since their addition of joining the league 4 years ago.
Unbelievable. Well, can the newcomers do it, or is G2 a bit of a tool task for them?
I mean, it's both EU versus EU, so I think either way, EU is going to be happy whoever wins, but if I had to say one team's going to win it, I think I'm going to go with G2 just because they do have the experience, they do have the resilience, but I'm always up for an upset. I'm always up for an underdog story for Secret to be able to come through.
We love an underdog story, mate. Thank you so much. We'll let you get back to the game. Enjoy the finals. Thank you.
Fans waiting to get into the Amazon Arena and, of course, into the Kadia Esports Arena for the Warzone Finals. Final question for my analyst. Who wins this drop?
Yeah, Roulette's been coming up red, playing the left side of the map. I've got Virtus Pro with a zone in the top right side of the map this time.
EP, what about you?
I think Falcons are going to win this after that interview buff.
JJ?
Twisted Minds.
TM back-to-back. We'll see if they can keep it rolling, or will 100 Thieves get in their way again? Let's go to the casters.
Thank you very much, Puckett. I think you'd look absolutely sensational with a Tash, and that is looking pretty good for Chris Tunn right now. And look, but let's not maybe hate on Falcons whatsoever. They have had a tough time with things. We were discussing why we thought they were struggling throughout these first few games, Coach. It's the opposition around them right now. You think of Thieves, they're hunting them down. I'm thinking of the qualification game where Thieves were trying to get top 7. Falcons were bullying them. Thieves are kind of bullying Falcons over to a stronghold right now.
But you got to remember the teams that are uncontested. Twisted Minds, completely uncontested in Factory. Over in Control, completely uncontested 100 Thieves. What else should they do besides hold the team that came in as champions? It's a perfect opportunity for both of those two teams to play spoiler to, on paper, our top team here. However, so far, we took a look at that leaderboard. Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro are above everybody else. We kind of have a race for basically third right now between 100 Thieves, Gentlemates, and Falcons. And then our top two are in a race right next to each other, only 2 points separated.
I think the thing for me that I'm looking at is who Falcons are as a team and what they can produce. They are currently sitting on 92 points. It is not out of the realm of possibility by any stretch that they don't put themselves up a 40-plus point game and get themselves on the match point. That's what we have to not forget. They've got it within their locker. It's just whether or not they're going to be able to get it out or not.
Yeah, Gentlemates absolutely in the same equation. They've dropped massive games in the past, folks. Our threshold is 135 points. You get past that this game, you have to win the next or the following or whenever you get there, frankly. We'll see if some teams are able to go back-to-back maybe. But Twisted Minds, they only need 9 points to breach our thresholds. The Falcons need, well, around 40. A large task ahead of the Falcons, and as we hop into our game here, Ton, a lot on the line for a lot of the teams, but not a lot of changes on this map that I can see. We are headed back to the south, and still a contest at Bio we got to pay attention to.
Of course, the tale as long as time at the moment, or as long as today at least anyway, going on between Vision and Gentlemates. Gentlemates have been the ones coming out on top over the most recent couple of games, and a bit of a fight going on over towards Control as well. 100T getting in and amongst the mix. I mean, look, we're under the presumption, you can see it on the right-hand side of your screen, the Skullface trying to get something going here. That Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro, they barely need any points to get over the line. It's whether or not anyone else is going to be there with them.
Yeah, again, 135 points is your threshold. You then win the game after that. But on your screen, Novo getting into the mix because as a reminder, this Novo team crushed it in the group stages, but only because they were able to third party, not take the fight. Gabe Kuhn punishes them. As we swing down and get a little bit of aid from Blast to swing up on this play. The trade doesn't even need the trade. Blast wins it. Novo not out. They've got their anchor on the boat. Novo's game plan through groups was third partying. They cannot compete with 100 Thieves in a true 3v3.
Yeah, that was really well played. Just see Thieves take their time, dipping and diving, trading away, baiting where they needed to as well. Sensational work over towards, well, it seems you have pushed themselves in towards some of those latter circles, but have also dropped very, very early in some of the other games.
Nibs and Leviathan trying to get something underway. I come up against Team Vision. Echo ready and win.
Patience of virtue. You don't want to scam. You feel like you've got an advantage in this fight, and Lynn's maybe going to come help you from up above. They've sandwiched these duos, but going to back up and make sure nothing happens. It's a little bit weird because the Gentlemates are coming back into the equation. They know that. They back out of it. I think the big question actually is my eyes are on FaZe. Coming out of Ammo Shack could potentially play kind of fourth party to this fight. Clumsy playing slow here, and Noobs creeping around the corner. Able to find him, no problem. Doesn't even take an iota of damage, and doesn't take any damage from Clumsy either. Noob spins, Noob kills. And now VP are continuing to be on the hunt. Ton, we are almost at our 135 already. Good grief.
Can anyone lock in on where VP are right now? They are running through absolutely everybody. Oh, you next up? Yeah, come on. Anybody else? Is there anyone else? Everybody falling to VP over and over again. Oh yeah, gentlemen, you want it as well? You can have it too. Dongy and Noobs cooking it up in industry.
They only need 2. Send the whole lobby at them. No wonder they're at the top of the leaderboard. They're going to come flying into Bio. They're hot. They're going to keep shooting. Gentlemates cannot hang. It's Team Vision. They're going to be on the top of Bio. And Dongy and Noobs, they want more.
Oh, Dongy, he wants to get aggressive. They are feeling it right now. They feel like they can't be gunned. Dongy moving forward. Everybody catching the dung of Dongy. My goodness me. Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying.
No one's even taking damage, Ton. They're just walking in, killing everybody, and walking out for free. They've used the plate. We gotta go to Twisted Minds, though. They're able to play really active as well. And unfortunately, EXO's been pinched between the Falcons and Twisted Minds the entirety of today. And EXO's gonna be in deep trouble. And finally, the Falcons are at least answering a bit back onto Twisted Minds. You do see their anchor out of the boat to the south of Factory, but good grief, the Falcons need a big game here, and Virtus Pro winning the top of the map.
And a moment of pause here. As far as Virtus Pro goes, they are over the threshold already. That is done. It does not matter what they do from here. But for Virtus Pro, it's about denying for them now. They've reached that point. For them, is it a change up in tactics? Do you want to maybe move things around? Do you want to be maybe saying to yourself, right, okay, who can threaten here? Twisted Minds, they'll get over. Thinking of Thieves, Gentlemates, Falcons. Who do you want to prevent from getting to that match point?
A quick update, CT Gaming seemingly out of this lobby. Looks like Rock Esports also was just wiped. Some of the teams near the bottom of the leaderboard not able to do too much as Allman finds Decky, no problem. Says, yeah, don't come back to Factory, all right?
Back on these guys, we gotta go back. I mean, I have not seen this man lose a gunfight. What on earth is this? He's got 8 kills. There's only 2 teams down. You can see the kill feed on your left-hand side. Well, things are starting to get a little bit better for the side of Falcons as well, but once again, VP are hunting. VP slowly will surely find Nate Dogg. He's put down, no problem whatsoever. Noobs has got 9, Dongy has got 8. VP are running this one up.
When Virtus Pro needed 9 points, they could drop the biggest game of the day if they can keep up this pace, because Ton, like you just said, they have nothing to lose. Nothing. They can fly at everyone, and it doesn't matter. If they win this game, the tournament's not over. If they win the next, the tournament will be done. So they are going to fry this whole lobby. Noobs is on 11 when he gets this cleanup. Dongy's also on double digits. They're already on 21 kills between 2 in the second zone.
I say just finding some kills alongside of things as well. A couple of teams are trying to dive onto him with 0 success. VP looking to put up some record numbers right now. Everybody else starting to try and find a foothold in this game because VP, as you say, they have nothing to lose. They can just disrupt, they can grief, they can do what they want now.
All of the teams can do the simple math. Scumming trying to get a trade here in the water. It's not gonna matter. The simple math is very easy for Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro. With a couple kills to your name, Smith on 5, they've both done enough. Z Smith, Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, both passed our threshold. This game, they can do whatever they would like as they prepare for the next. And right now, they want to make sure that the Falcons, the Gentlemates, 100 Thieves, do not breach that threshold as well.
So we're maybe seeing a change in pace of the game. Maybe not for the side of VP. They may continue to just get egregiously aggressive. Noobs has found another. Trades out his teammate Dongy. They've been hand in hand for what feels like about 5 minutes. And every single team they have come across has been felled rather quickly. Smith could be the next one. The next lamb to the slaughter. He will get out because he's maybe seeing the kill feed like we are and saying, hell no. Noobs and Go unstoppable right now.
Noobs has been doing this for half a decade, and it looks like he's just now hitting peak. I hope this is his peak for the sake of everybody else. Easily going to be one of the biggest maps of the day. All three, by the way, of Virtus Pro have moved together. They're looking to wipe teams, and they're looking to wipe Twisted Minds. They can do easy math for themselves. It's harder math against your opponents. They don't know what Twisted Minds has done on the map.
Therefore, that's a big win. Squad number 1 has been wiped. AG Global have had a couple of decent things going on for them over the course of today, but it really hasn't been plain sailing over the last couple of games, right? They did actually continue to survive. Sorry, they just about keep it going. Killfeed smoking me then.
Speaking of getting smoked, it does look like the Falcons are going to try to smoke down the Gentlemates, one of their main competitions on the leaderboard. That's 4th versus 5th, basically fighting each other. Virtus Pro has completely taken over the north side of the map, continuing to maintain control over the shore as Shifty takes down one on Gentlemates.
And I think the important story now is, and I hope we can stay with them for a little longer here, is what Falcons are going to do, what Thieves are going to do, and what Gentlemates are going to do. We know we have Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds over that threshold. And what big teams to watch right now are those top 3 in the top 5, right alongside.
Reminder, Falcons need about a 40-point game or so to get past our threshold. I believe the exact number is 43, and they can start right here. Gentlemates go down 1, 2, only 1 up above in headquarters and potentially floating.
They're flying. Enkyo going to try and survive. I think there's a streak down from Enkyo. Shifty trying to survive, looking for Ampere. Should have the pick, and they do. Enkyo dealt with. Gentlemates still alive and kicking. They've gone for a little swim to keep things rolling. The Falcons starting to find some kills here, starting to find a little bit of purchase. They've started to get a little more aggressive because, frankly, they need to. With the way that VP and Twisted Minds are playing, it really is looking slow if we get to another game and you're not a match point. Big fight going on between our 2 top teams right now.
Already past the threshold, but a big moment for everybody. They trade blows. Aiden finds one Z-Smith from behind, takes out 2/3 of the Virtus Pro roster. The 3rd out into the skies.
No need for Sage to get himself involved. If they fall off the map, it's then out of their hands. That's what they have to think. Yes, okay, they can be aggressive, but they like to stay and have a say what happens here. And game number 7, FIFA Kill and Co. Had a bit of an up and down day. 2 wins to their name, still staying in 6th. It shows the pace, it shows the level that we've been seeing. Squads just dropping left, right, and center. We lose flank, so we lose phase. Raiden and Co may well be the next one on the block. Blast trying to find something, cannot get it done. It will be EVOS to keep themselves alive. 100 Thieves in a really good spot, but the Falcons crowd trying to get behind their team. They still need to find plenty more.
Gentlemates out of this lobby. Rock Esports out of this lobby. FaZe out of this lobby. Leviathan out of this lobby. We turn our eyes to the top of the leaderboard as they continue to fight each other. An ego boost. A nice win. Twisted Minds out of the lobby, but they have done enough to breach our threshold. Not even in points, but even in position going into the next map.
And this poll does not suit Falcons. They are relatively close, but they would have liked it maybe a little bit closer towards the living quarters. Right now, the team who are in the center are the team of Virtus Pro. 160 points. They are well and truly past that limit. There's a few more teams in and around it. Towards the boat, we have EXO Esports, who've had a miserable time today, but over on the other side of the map, trying to make a move on the side of Thieves.
Thieves doing their casual rotation that they always do, this time getting punished for it, as we had some angles from top of headquarters and prison. As Team Vision are getting into the mix. They're not that far out of the equation. To breach threshold would be pretty much impossible, but they can get dang close. Velasquez is gonna try to shoot back and find an angle. Unfortunately, playing low ground. 100 Thieves gonna have a very difficult rotation into new, as the Falcons are taking the low side of our zone to the south of Factory. VP spread out over the course of Factory, and EXO on the boat. Those are the 3 teams in zone, while everybody else tries to fight for their way in.
One of the most important fights we're going to see over the last 4 days may well be brewing. We got Falcons on the boat. Yes, okay, they got Hamoud and Co and EXO right below them. But somebody who's just looking over from that Factory side is VP. 100 Thieves are there as well, but there you go, the spot has come out. Dongy's found cams in the middle of the map, but Biffle and Co gonna get aggressive. They know they need the kills, and Hamoud will say, yeah, thank you very much. Biffle should be dead to rights, but everybody else from the side of Falcons is just trying to stay alive. Big fight going on. Hisoka will find something over towards that side, but we go over towards Thieves. They're looking to try and find something over towards this prison side, but Falcons still fighting for their life over towards Boat, and the zone has not been kind.
I'm not sure what the play was, maybe a bait and switch for the Falcons, but EXO has punished them with only 2 players on the boat for the Falcons. This is a very difficult position for them to be in. They should clean up the rest of EXO, but losing one there might have been a huge mistake as we swing over. 100 Thieves somehow made it all the way into Factory because of the giant fight in HQ. 100 Thieves actually have a very powerful position on the map right now.
Lennon left all on his own beside the team vision by the looks of things, trying to get something going here. He should get shut down and does. Jawad will find him. That's EVOS Esports trying to get themselves up and running, if albeit a little bit too late, but the big fight is going on over towards Factory. There ain't nothing happening here. He'll get himself back up, but we don't care. Falcons have managed to find a way over towards the Factory side. That was a precarious spot for them to be in. They've got their anchor sat behind them. But Biffle and Shifty, you gotta find something, you gotta cook. Yeah.
They're able to get the buyback. Call this a layer cake for many reasons. Factory, a building with many different angles you can get shot from and many different levels. Many layers that you can sit inside of. The Falcons, the team to watch, and the Falcons, the team going down right now. Hisoka playing anchor out by the boat, but at this point, the timer has been well underway and well closed. Biffle's now by himself on low ground, just looking for any kill that he can get his hands on. For them to breach Threshold, he would have to win somehow as a solo. He's good, but I don't know if he's that good.
We've got a decent amount of kills, but the problem is VP still up, Thieves still up. The fight over towards boat may have been the poison chalice for them, to be honest with you. They thought they could find those kills nice and easy. Now all of a sudden Biffle is left all on his own. 6 teams remaining. This is still anyone's game.
100 Thieves have ultimate high right now. You see 2 parts of Novo in the middle. Biffle in trouble. Down below, still looking for EXO. They line up for him, and Biffle is out of here. The Falcons will not reach that match point threshold. It was pretty close.
It was pretty close, and they got 6th. 5th place would have helped them along the way. Now Dongy and Co trying to get something going. Noobs will find yet another kill. He is sitting on 15. They are being held right now, though. Thieves have got them in a really good position. Can they keep them at bay? It's looking that way. Sage is left on his own. Thieves in a good spot.
Early rotation for Thieves is a huge boon. They've lost one, but they have ultimate high. The zone's now going to shrink on themselves. The Thieves could still make Threshold. Frankly, Ton, I think they need to win, though.
If Thieves can win this, we may well have 3 teams on Threshold. This is such an important game for them. One of the other teams still involved is VP, and it is Sage. I think he may well be able to survive this. Let's see if he can continue. Oh, Skullface has found the pick, but he does have the self-revive. But the fights will continue without Sage at least. He will continue to survive. Can he find himself into it? Not going to happen. Robstar will take him down. Vortex now trying to get something going. Big fight ensuing.
A big moment for Vortex to put up some good points down below, but it's 100 Thieves that need the win. They've got power possession. They've got player advantage. Up above and in the gas, they find the angle. Resources coming through. A nice take and a 2v1 for the final fight.
Yeah, they need a kill. Vortex is going to try and find it. Thieves get themselves a big game at a time when they most needed it. They will be very, very close to that threshold. We might have 3 teams, but we definitely have 2. Twisted Minds Virtus Pro match point.
Unbelievable game from Virtus Pro.
Incredible.
They look unstoppable at this point. A force to be reckoned with. No one contesting them. And when they swing out of their POI, they're hardly taking damage in some of these fights, Ton. It was a masterclass in how to ego chow. When you've got nothing to lose, confidence can win gunfights.
Free-flowing Call of Duty out of Virtus Pro, and an absolute sight to see. But the story of this game was 100 Thieves. It's not a bad game from them whatsoever. They'll be flickering around that 20 points, that 1.6. Is it going to be enough to throw them over the threshold? It will be very, very close. For Falcons, not a terrible game from them either.
Yeah.
They are probably one more game away themselves, and that's something to count on. Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds can win EWC here. But is there going to be anybody else at the end of that party? We do not know.
Woo, it's so close, folks. We got to take a quick break here in the booth because this math is going to be difficult for the people behind the scenes. Don't go anywhere. This could be the last map of Warzone at EWC.
That guy to gas you there.
Watch his ladder. I gotta watch his ladder too.
I'm on the left.
I got a kill on stage. Knock stage.
Nice, nice. He's helping. Send something, okay?
Yep.
I'm trying to get to him. They're on you on your street. On your street. He. On your street. On your street.
Got the pull himself.
Ready?
I'm gonna jump over here.
No, they're fighting. It's you guys might be.
I think we both of them.
Yeah.
On the ground. Not with you.
On the stairs. Nice. I knocked him. Everyone.
Where?
On the right.
Close.
Shit on! Oh my god, good shit, boys. Come on, good fucking shit.
We're not on match point though.
It's all good though, boys.
Yeah.
Fine. Hey, good fucking rip, boys. Good shit.
Brian.
Bro, look at this shit. Oh my god. Damn.
I asked, would it be Twisted Minds or would 100 Thieves get in their way again? Well, 100 Thieves have now won games back-to-back. Alan, yesterday they won 3, 2 now today.
Yeah, and I think the thing was, like, I thought their wins yesterday were a little blessed. It was also versus LCQ teams. But the fact of the matter was they were winning yesterday at a couple of moments when they had to fight off not one, sometimes 2 teams. Now they're getting their POI for free, and they're starting to find success on rotation. It's perfect storm right now for Thieves.
This is where the Falcons fell apart, though. We had 3 easy kills. Hisoka had droned them. They have live pings on them.
Yep.
That team comes out and wipes you.
Yeah, it's terrible, isn't it? And Bitful tries to stay alive as long as possible and finishes off in 6th place. The question is, would the multiplier in top 5 been enough to put them past the threshold? Maybe, but it would have been on a razor's edge. I cannot believe they lost to EXO in that water
I
fight.
will say, though, they switched back. Soka went back to anchoring, and then we saw Shifty and Biffle playing together a little bit more. So even though they did go down, they still were able to pick up again a lot of eliminations to keep them in top 5.
Shout out to this duo in blue. They were playing ratty corners, baiting each other, but it worked out after one. Players were trying to challenge them. The duo work gets them into the top 2. How good is it going to be for Javix and crew? We're about to find out. And did 100 Thieves pass 135 points with the win? No, they are just shy at 128.6. Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, you see the key next to their name, officially on match point. If you're just joining us, Alan, break it down. How does this work?
This is interesting because both these two teams have been kill hungry, playing essentially the same side of the map, but have not squared up all that often. Now the kills don't matter. It's just about finding a win. Once you get past that 135 mark, you just need to win. How much will both these two teams respect one another and look for a late game fight? How much will they try to fight off each other to look to see it get a free win?
2 questions. Do you go after your top 2 teams? Or do you just try and rack up as many points thinking we're out of the cash? We got to get as high on the leaderboard as we can go.
So that's the question we always ask when it comes to match point. Do you want to give up potentially thousands of dollars to allow the tournament to extend for others to catch up to you and take the money away? Or do you want a chance to go up and win the tournament yourself? And for the others below second, well, they've got to make that decision. And for 100 Thieves, they now really have to start thinking hard. Do we challenge Twisted Minds? Do we challenge Virtus Pro? Because we're knocking on the door of the threshold.
And how often do we not see the Falcons, the first team to match point? For all the other squads, right, you're thinking, whoa, 2 squads on match point? We got to start chalking.
Yeah, I think for 100 Thieves, to answer your question, though, Taylor, I don't see a world why you wouldn't if you have a favorable look at the fight. Because you only need 7 points to get to the threshold. That's all you're looking for in this game.
Default drop and then go for the
I think so.
attempts, yeah.
Depending on where the circle is, you don't want to go too crazy if it's going to end up pulling back towards control and you feel good. But if it is another type of factory, or even more so, we haven't seen it in a while, northeast of the map, I think you try to get to industry faster, challenge VP out of a power position.
And Ellen, just for clarity, 100 Thieves couldn't drop a 7-point game and then all of a sudden win and be done. They have to get to that 135 and then go for another drop.
Right, and we heard Aiden say it in their interview, right? A lot of these teams are not leaving their POIs until fire sale. So get your advanced UAVs. You don't need to force any fights. Play your game and get to that point.
Virtus Pro is on top of the leaderboard, but when was their last win? Let's take a look at the squad that started the day with a huge opening drop, a 30-point finish on top of the game win.
Yeah, Virtus Pro is a team that we know can win. Today, they haven't necessarily been on top in the winner's lane, but they have been one of our highly consistent teams. This roster last game was incredible, Shift. The way that they were slaying out, the way that they moved through, I believe it was Bio before that, just Industries, going through literally everyone. Dongi was at like 11, just what, a couple minutes into the game.
Yeah, dude, we're like zone 2. Their VP is going nuclear. They take out everyone at control. They push through. They took out Gentlemates. Then they go to Bio and could clean up. Then they come back down and still continue to run.
Yeah, I think the thing is for VP, the kills are great, but like that is no longer part of the conversation anymore. And outside of game number 1, which they won, they've only seen 2 other final circles, a 5th place finish and a 3rd place finish.
Can you tell Dongi to play slow? I feel like that would just throw him off his game completely. Do you change anything if you're Virtus Pro? How do you adapt now knowing you're on match point?
I think you play more calculated. I don't think you play as we're going to go try to finish off teams and put ourselves in a potential third-party risk situation. Play smart, play controlled, but don't play restricted. I think that's the biggest part, because Dongi can clean up squads, and you don't want to take too long to finish a team that's in front of you, because then you're, again, subject to being third parties.
And of course, Twisted Minds also on that match point. 2 squads could raise the trophy if they walk away as Warzone winners of this next drop. Almond fell so short. Was right on the edge last year. This could be his time.
Absolutely. And also for Aiden, who's also fell short throughout the entirety of World Series of Warzone. You also look at EWC last year. This is a chance for him finally to claim his rightful throne. There's only been so many individuals who's been champion on the global stage. Obviously, Hisoka, Biffle, Shifty, you add in Sage. Now we might crown 3 new winners.
This is honestly awesome. Like, I was going to say really quick, Almond, I think before that map 6, he was on like 23 and 12, 1.9 KD. He definitely wants this win.
I'm going to make a bold prediction here about how this next drop goes.
Hit me with it.
TM and VP are going to go opposite directions no matter what. They do not want to see each other until it's a last circle situation at worst. What that means is that 100 Thieves will be in a spot to possibly challenge VP. We already talked about them maybe wanting to do that. The other side of this, and the team in 4th, Team Falcons have dropped in and tried to finish off Twisted Minds a couple of different times. They have not been able to get them all the way wiped, though. This is the round where I don't think we see a hard anchor and stronghold. If they start to find success, I'm expecting a parachute dive to try to get all 3 players in, and Falcons are going to try to take Twisted Minds out when they have the chance to give themselves a chance to get the match point and keep this tournament going.
Yeah, Sin 1. Shifty goes to Twisted Minds most likely. He loves to, or excuse me, Biffle goes to Twisted Minds over in Factory. And then on the opposite side, I think think you send Biffle to challenge Virtus Pro. Keep them uncomfortable because you also have Gentlemates who's rolling into Virtus Pro.
Look at the score, fam. Let's take a peek one more time before these players drop in. Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro on match point, but everyone else is still trying to climb this leaderboard. I'm going rogue. FaZe Clan is going to win this drop. They're going to get on that left side of the screen before we're done, and Team Vision will jump the Gentlemates. Those are Puckett's predictions. What are your final thoughts before we get into this one, Shift?
I think we don't end the game here, and I think we have 4, I want to say 5, but I'm going to say we have 4 teams on match point going to next game. I think Gentlemates are going to be right near the threshold, but I think it's going to play out where 100 Thieves have to battle Virtus Pro, Falcons are going to battle Twisted Minds, and neither of those 4 teams are going to win. Maybe a FaZe comes out on top because no one's bothering them, but I think we have 4 teams on match point after this game.
Ellen, we got a little extra time. I see you squinting there. Who are you eyeing down?
Well, we were talking about positioning, right? And for teams that know that there's 2 teams on match point, that's where things either get mixy or, like Alan said, we send things as a trio. But do you give up that advanced UAV? Like when we know Soka has Stronghold all for free. So I'm just curious if the Falcons do decide to, like, hey, let's maybe get weird and send 3 to Factory or maybe 3 to Control. I don't think you like do that, but for some of these other squads that are all the way down at the bottom, start griefing teams. You guys need to catch up, but at the end of the day, I think this game is just going to be pure chaos.
After World Series of Warzone 2023 in London, when Sage was crowned the champion, I've been saying it. He's been on the revenge tour. This is his opportunity. I think it ends now. Virtus Pro will end up on top. I'm calling game because Sage, I believe in him. He's going to become a champion once again.
Right now?
Right now.
I'll take it. Let's send it to the casters.
Thank you so much, Chris Puckett, and our amazing analyst. I don't know, Ton, do you agree with one side or the other right now, says Mr. JJ over there, Taylor Reflections Noble. What you got?
Oh, man, I think it's such a hard thing to call. I mean, the problem is, and we were just discussing this in the booth, like, Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds, yes, okay, it is in their hands. The opportunity is there to walk away as an esports World Cup champion after 1 game of Resurgence. But that pressure may tell. And the pressure will tell because you've got Thieves and our reigning, defending champions almost breathing down your neck. The problem they've got is that Thieves and Falcons have to make moves. Thieves, not many, to get themselves to match point. And for Falcons, they've got to have themselves a relatively decent game to get there. The question for me, for Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds, is if they don't get it over the line after this game, where will their heads be at if we go to another one?
Well, I think it frankly depends on the zone. I think they will be frustrated if it's a zone they should have won, and they'll be like, okay, we've got another one in our bag if it's a zone that maybe was a lot more difficult for them, right? While we have a moment to hypothesize, this is probably my favorite part of a Warzone broadcast, besides the very, very end, because there's so many hypotheticals that could happen. One of the things I'm thinking about, and I know Ellen brought this up just for a moment, is the fact that a lot of these teams that are on the bottom half of the leaderboard, or even in that 5th, 6th place position right now, Ton, they don't really have anything else to do besides play to keep playing. They've got to take down these top teams if they want to keep competing. So I'm actually looking at Team Vision in particular. Instead of dropping Bio, maybe they drop Kim and let Gentlemates work a little bit.
As you said, there's so many hypotheticals, so many different teams. Do you play your game? Do you try and rise up that leaderboard? Or do you throw your hat into the ring and say, you know what? I want to be the one who decides who goes on to win this tournament. I want to be the one that extends this and gives ourselves a chance. For a team like Falcons, you're not far away. But the problem is, Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds have got 1 foot through the door. And my goodness me, you need to pull them away from that door really, really quickly.
You heard Shifty say it in the interview, man. He said, we just got to get to match point as fast as possible because we know we can win. They're running out of runway to get off the ground. If the Falcons are actually going to soar in this competition, they've got to do it right this second, and they have to take down the top dogs. They've got to prove it in this game right now that they are the best team. To do that is going to be very difficult when your main competition is all the way over on the other side of the map if you are a team like Virtus Pro. And Ton, I'm really excited to see our zone in particular because this could dictate a lot about how this game's going to be played.
Well, here we go. The Team Falcons crowd will get behind their boys, that is of no question. Can Falcons get over the line? Can they put themselves onto match point? Can Thieves do it as well? Can they stop the inevitable from Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds winning this game? It is a tall, tall order, but a one that is capable for both of these two squads. They have got it in the locker. You need to bring it out right this second.
Here we go, folks. Riyadh, I know you're loud. I can hear you from the booth. Things shifting, things changing. This could be the final map of the day, or it could be the beginning of the end. As we take a look at our map here, Ton, we got a problem, because in Chemical, we knew it could happen. The Falcons are getting mixy.
Yeah, Shifty and Biffle are on the hunt already. There's one dead. You're looking for the second. Can they find it? Looking for it. Biffle finds the two and shuts them down immediately, but here they come. It's going to be the self-revive coming through. Noobs has got himself involved here. Has to be a little bit careful. Those timers are short, but are they short enough? Surely not. Surely Noobs doesn't die. Surely his teammates are coming back in. They're not on the way back in. They are now. Noobs is saved. For a second he wasn't, but Shifty and Biffle do what they came to do and disrupt. That is a perfect start for the side of Falcons.
A perfect start for the Falcons as they do disrupt, and they've got them on their back foot. I don't think they're going to get the wipe fast enough. You're going to see another floater here in just a millisecond or two. Donkey's down, and they do have a floater. VP is not out of it, but they are still hunting here, Ton. We saw the zone. It's here. They know they can't let Virtus Pro stabilize.
Do not take your eyes off this fight. Shifty and Cole looking for Sage. Another player has actually managed to take his way out, but once again, Virtus Pro are fighting off the back foot here. Backs against the wall, they will have to go for a regain, but immediate disruption from Falcons was exactly what they needed to do. A team who did not get disrupted in anything they've tried to do so far, though, is Twisted Minds.
The zone is cutting off almost to control. This is a very northern polling zone, likely up towards Bio towards the end of this map. Good news if you're a Gentlemates fan. They've got a little room that they need to gain on this leaderboard. Here's a quick look at it again, top left-hand corner. Probably ending up near Bio and Kim. A huge takeover of Chemical by the Falcons. They stabilize up here and bring Hisoka to them. They could fight right now against it, and it does look like as we swing over, that's what they're doing. Hisoka is flying all the way over in a helicopter to Chemical to join his team. They want this position, they want this POI, and Noobs a bit frustrated.
And look who's getting involved, oh my goodness. The two teams on match point are about to duke it out, and you got Falcons in the mix. It is a concoction of Warzone that will only offer up results that can be determined by who's shooting straight. Aiden and Smith are here, as are Sage and Noobs. One team may well fall here on the back end of this as Falcons start to get themselves involved as well.
Aiden could push in here, but the problem is if he sells here, Almond is by himself on the anchor position, and everybody knows Twisted Minds is also on match point.
And VP have to get in the water. They don't feel safe here whatsoever, and for good reason. Sage trying to get out by the hair on his chin. Just about survived, but oh my goodness me, observers, if you leave this fight, I will come over to production. We've got to stay here. But another team who could potentially go on to win this is Virtus Pro. They are in a tough, tough spot. Squad 9 wipes. Squad 9 wipes. Virtus Pro are gone. They will not be winning this game.
The Falcons have hunted down their prey. Twisted Minds, the only team on match point still on this map. The Falcons playing it hyper-aggressive, and it pays off. This is the Falcons we've been waiting for. Let's see how the rest of the map plays out.
Oh my god, and after all of that, they've got rid of one, and the others are within spitting distance. Aiden starts to get aggressive, and Hisoka raining hellfire down. Another team is starting to get involved here. I don't know why the hell Leviathan are over here. Who the hell invited them? But they're starting to get involved. Shifty wants to get aggressive. Leviathan are looking for kills. They're looking to spoil the party, but Falcons still alive and kicking. If you're Twisted Minds, you're not in a great spot.
Ton, I invited them. They're at the bottom of the leaderboard. They got to get involved here. They got to take down the top teams if they want to keep playing. Aiden versus Biffle versus Shifty. With the help of Hisoka, he knows he can't overexpose. It doesn't matter. Shifty wins the 1v1, cleans him up, then gets traded up by Z-Smith from behind. With the help of another, Almond is last alive, buying time over in Factory. The battle between two behemoths, a third gone off this map. Both of those two teams restabilize with only their anchors alive.
Oh, and breathe, and breathe.
Tons about to break down in breath.
And breathe. The fight for the game is not quite over yet. Hisoka in a little bit of trouble here, actually. Hisoka in a serious amount of trouble. He's actually going to find Gromolog and the rest of the team back in just, and I mean just, in time. Shifty and Biffle on their way back. And gentlemen, so another team we cannot count out here. Another team we will speak on just very, very briefly. Thieves are nearly at that
point where they need to be. The threshold is only a point or so away for them. If this game does not end here, Thieves will also be on match point.
A couple quick reminders about this map. Of course, we're going all the way to the north side of the map. Team Vision did lose their battle against the Gentlemates, which allowed Gentlemates to get involved and come play for some of the other teams jockeying on the leaderboard. The Gentlemates only needed about a 30-35 point game or so to breach threshold. So this is a good game for them thus far, as FaZe, it does look like, is wiped off the map. And, well, I guess Chris Puckett's not going to be right about this one.
Twisted Minds keeping themselves, well, pretty much out of the action here. They're keeping their noses very, very clean. Harbor is where they are now starting to get themselves involved, but 100T looking to get themselves involved in the next game if we see it. They're 1.4 points away from securing themselves onto match point. Over towards Twisted Minds here, and frankly, I don't think they're going to go and do a great deal, but to give you an idea, this is what they are doing. They are playing it slow. They are playing for the end game. If I'm now thinking like a team like Falcons again, Gentlemates, Thieves, they need to get themselves over that threshold. Thieves will absolutely get there. Falcons will not be far away, but you have to stop Twisted Minds winning this game.
With this zone on the north side, you're going to have the Falcons and Kim, 100 Thieves running up through Ammo Shack onto kind of the western side near Industries. Again, they needed only a couple points to breach threshold, and they've already gotten several kills to start things off. So they're going to be past our threshold assuredly. It's the Gentlemates and the Falcons that still technically need to pass the threshold. But as again, Twisted Minds could pull off the miraculous and come from the south and win, as Gabe shoots straight and finds his last couple kills to make sure they're past that threshold.
And that should be that. They probably need to survive 2 more places, and they will be over that threshold. Thieves have joined the conversation. If it continues into another game, they will be there. They will be on match point. The question now is whether Falcons will join them, and if Twisted Minds will go on to win this game. Gabe starting to get active again. See the positioning now of Falcons as once again things start to slow down just a little. Twisted Minds are playing this one extremely slow. They are not playing it like they have done. And Falcons know exactly where they are.
Falcons a perfect setup. You know
they might hold them here at this circle. Let's see where this goes.
Well, they knew exactly where Twisted Minds would be. They knew that Chemical would be a power position as it continues to go north. We will not be headed all the way to the boat, which is nice for everybody besides, I guess, Leviathan and Team Vision, who have decided to relocate there. You can see them in the purple and red at the top.
Now, a thought that I would have, if I was some of these teams, is a general idea of where Twisted Minds are playing. You've got to consider you want your tournament to continue. You want the opportunity to have your tournament to continue. And who better than to spoil it will be Falcons. Can they manage to find this fight? The thing is, for Falcons, they need to find fight. They need to stop Twisted Minds winning this game, and also need to get themselves over that threshold. They are still around 12 points away.
100 Thieves have completely taken over Ammo Shack on the opposite side of the map. You see Rock Esports coming through Industries on the other side of the map, but this is the fight that we care about. Likely a slow one. This is not a fight that either team are going to scam. They are way too experienced for that. We'll check back in if there's more action as the Gentlemates continue to maintain control over Bio on high ground. This is a great position for them to pick up several kills from water, which could push them past this threshold if they're able to pick up those kills and multi. We're not even into the first multiplier yet. We still got 11 teams.
Gentlemates could get themselves there. That's going to be a question we'll be answering possibly towards the latter stages of this game. If you are CT, if you are Vision, you are caught between a rock and a hard place right now. Gentlemates 100T all looking at you. Standoff over towards Chemical and Harbor is still ongoing. We'll keep you up to date if that does change. That fight between TM, that chess match between TM and Team Falcons is still ongoing.
Funny enough, I think Rock Esports probably can play extremely patient in Industries right now. I don't think they have to fight Bio. There's actually a really decent chance this zone will pull back to center to Industries as we see a giant water fight. I swear, CT Gaming has picked up more kills in the water than on land. I don't know how these guys do it, but shout out to them. They're climbing the leaderboard as well. A lot of money to be had. Whether this is the last map of the day or the beginning of the end, they're still putting points on the board.
Blastico trying to find what they can. They are already there. Officially, I can tell you they are sitting on 140 points. Thanks to our admin for the shout out. But the circle is about to close. Keep an eye on that top left corner. This will have repercussions, and it is a massive pull towards the middle side of the map. A team who are not safe is TM. This circle will start to move in 35 seconds. And that's when Falcons will have to keep an eye on where TM are. And the benefit from Falcons that they have right now, nobody else wants to get involved in what is a fist fight in a phone booth.
Here you go. The Virtue. They've got the angle. This is just a matter of time at this point.
Take plates off. That's no problem.
Falcons are going to play this extremely slow. They have to. They're in zone. They've got a power position. Twisted Minds have to come to them. And this team's going to try to rotate, and they're going to try to find an angle. All they can do is smoke and run to try to play the underneath building. There is room underneath the Falcons right now if they can get there.
The Falcons have got them exactly where they want them. Can they finish them off? Let's go to a listening with our defending champions, Falcons.
6 seconds, I can't do anything.
Are they blitzing me? Crack one.
Get in mortar.
I'm trying to blitz me right now.
I know, I can't see
got
him.
up.
I can't. Yeah, blitzing.
Yeah, on me.
Crack one, crack two. Crack three.
One shot, one.
Dead.
Okay, other one, both first.
Yeah, first on me.
Dead. Other one, he ran over here somewhere.
I got a U, popping
On me. Right there. Shoot it. Go. Let's go. Let's go.
Again, press him. Let's go.
Let's go.
Get up. Yeah, go up. I'm getting a cluster.
Okay.
One more game at the very least. They've done it. Virtus Pro out. Twisted Minds out entirely. Wholeheartedly from the Falcons. They took the game into their hands and they said, we are not done yet. They are reigning champions for a reason, Ton. Job's not done, though.
We go again. There will not be an EWC champion at the end of this map, but there may well be a couple of teams who can set themselves within the history of Warzone. But we have a few more teams to get rid of before we end up there. 100 teams have already got themselves over the threshold. They may well add a few more to it. Game starting to heat up when they need them to. But now the eyes have got to be on Falcons and Gentlemates. They can carry themselves over. Hisoka's found another. Falcons are not there yet. They have denied TM, but they are not there yet. They are not far away. Falcons, though, do still need to find some kills here, as do Gentlemates.
One of the biggest jobs you had was to wipe the top two teams, but you got to get the points on the board. Gentlemates need them. They've got to win this fight against 100 Thieves. They come in late and they win it. 100 Thieves out of here. 100 Thieves have earned enough points. The question is, will the Gentlemates join them past the threshold? Ton, we could very easily see 4 teams past our threshold at the end of this game.
Gentlemates are going to get it done. Falcons have got to make sure. Falcons are 5 points away. Shifty will find Enkyo up the sky. That is a ginormous kill, but he actually survives there. He manages to survive, but then he does drop. The zone's starting to move, and it's moving towards Gentlemates, but the first one to move is going to be Shifty. Hisoka in the chopper. Oh my word, there are so many permutations, so many ways that this could end. It could end, though, with no winner. Hisoka trying to survive. Falcons still need points. Gentlemates still need points.
Hisoka takes to the skies. Are you kidding me? A perfect early
Big
rotation. They've got high ground. They've got the angle.
Send it.
Gonna find one from Gentlemates. We see AG go down to a final 4 teams. We made it to our multiplier. We are looking for this threshold, and the Falcons need a couple more kills.
God!
Shifty is undeniably shooting straight this game here, Ton.
Biffle finds Maddie. They're into the top 2. Falcons, they needed a game. They needed the game of their lives to confirm themselves on match point, to deny Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds. They will get a chance. Hisoka is here to clean up the pieces. This should be that. Can they get it done? Yes, they can. Falcons, Thieves, Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro. Who will get it done? But Falcons deny time and time again. This is our house.
We said it at the beginning. What is Virtus Pro's mentality? They get given the win. The zone is theirs. And the Falcons rip it away, Ton.
Oh my God, I tell you what, you will not find a more electric place on the planet than here in Riyadh right now. Listen to that crowd. That was unbelievable.
You hear what he said? I taught you how to play this game. There's a lot of money on the line right now, Ton. But there's a lot of ego being the best players in Warzone history. Sage won a championship with 2/3 of the Falcons. And Hisoka is telling him, I taught you how to do that.
incredible composure from Team Falcons. We've counted them out all day, but they get themselves there. We have 4 teams on match point. I'm going for a lie down. You need to lock in. Maybe 1 more map, maybe 3 more maps. I just hope it keeps going. We're going to a quick commercial break. We'll have another map of Warzone right after this.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Call your buddy on the West Coast and wake his ass up because he is missing the most electric Warzone tournament to date. Welcome back in, everybody. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside my analysts. We have I Hold Shift, Dream Crazy, and Reflections, a.k.a. Mr. Reddick. Reddick, what did we see in this one? I thought the Frenchies were going to struggle. They went deep again.
Absolutely nuts. This game was incredible, and it was Falcons taking down the 2 on match point, and they did so in great fashion. Falcons last year, by the way, won a game, put themselves on match point, and then went on to win the very next one. We look like we might be repeating history.
Falcons, of course, taking the toughest road possible. They go after, they single target the top 2 teams before they make a move on anyone else on the map.
I predicted that, right? What did I say? They were going to win this drop because they had to. When Falcons have pressure on them, they speed things up. But Stronghold, they're not getting any action. You have to grief teams. And what does Hisoka do? He picks up that chopper and he flies with his teammates.
He did.
I think the thing that we maybe have forgotten about in the last, we'll call it 36 hours since they didn't play yesterday, is that yes, Falcons are quick to find kills, but they also understand the game maybe better than anyone else out there. So yes, it was slow going. It was chugging along for a while. But you know what they need to do. They know what they need to do, and when it matters the most, they're going to find a way to frickin' do it. Unbelievable stuff.
We have some of the best pieces in production from around the world all working on this project, and they have a special treat for you. Let's crank up the headphones.
Okay? I might die for it, but I'm going to get that Yui. It's on the roof, okay?
Yeah.
I'm going for the Yui.
Where are they, Shifty? Are they under you? I don't hear it, but
He's
yeah, they
still
were.
here.
You just jumped in the water right here.
I'll pop the Yui.
Yeah.
Water, close to you, Diaz.
Water cracked.
I'm jumping in the water for the other two.
Get out of me.
Got one. Got two. Last one's on you. Last one's on you.
No. Yeah.
Last one. He's on you guys.
Yeah, wipe.
Fuck out of here, bitch.
Go back. We gotta
Fuck you.
We gotta go back. Yeah, I hear you. Stay in the water. That's 8 in them.
They're on you guys. They crossed with that.
Two in this corner. 6 seconds. I can't do anything.
Cracked one.
Cannon mortar.
They're trying to blitz me right now.
I know, I can't see him. Yeah, blitz.
Yeah, on me.
Cracked one. Crack two. Crack three.
One shot. Dead. Other one, both first.
Yeah, first on me.
Dead. Other one, he ran over here somewhere.
I got a Yui. Pop it.
On me. Right there. Shoot it. Go.
Press him. Let's go. Get up. Yeah, go up. I'm getting a cluster.
Okay.
We're good. Oh, you.
Hey.
Will anyone be able to silence the Falcons? You saw Sage, he wasn't backing down, but is it going to affect Dongy? Will it affect Noobs?
Dude, look at Biffle. Biffle's just like, what is it, dude?
He's always the chill guy.
Sage doesn't care, though, man.
He doesn't care. Oh, he doesn't care.
He doesn't back. You can drop me. I will come back for your trophy. Virtus Pro was the first team to get on match point. Twisted Minds, the second team. Are the Falcons the third team? We don't have the numbers in officially yet. Taylor, you're thinking they are.
I'm thinking they are, and this is what I'm thinking. Quite simply, everybody else felt confident, felt good, because they were on match point. They had a chance. Falcons were underperforming. No top 5 performances. Now that they're here, there's only one team now who knows how to win, who's eligible for match point, and that's Falcons. Knows how to win a championship is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Knows how to win a championship, and that's Falcons.
I have a moment to just let this all marinate. Bam! Falcons, 142 points, are joined by 100 Thieves. We now have 4 teams, as you predicted, on match point shift.
We were 2 points away from having 5. Gentlemates, again, because they didn't have to deal with Virtus Pro, they didn't really have to deal with 100 Thieves much early. They were that close to bringing this thing home and finding a 5-team final. So, again, the big news here, if you're not an avid fan, if you're just a passionate, avid EWC fan, now all that takes is those 4 teams have to bring it home. 1 win. It doesn't matter how many kills, doesn't matter how many points, you just have to be the last team surviving.
Gentlemates, Team Vision, AGAL. Do me a favor. Let's make it weird. Let's do exactly what the Falcons did. Let's go for some griefs. How many teams are we going to get on match point, or will they seal the deal right here? We have our favorites, the top dogs that we all highlighted coming into the weekend. North America's Best has the top 4 spots. One of them could lock it up right here.
Falcons close it up. Again, they are the team that knows how to take a victory. They're the team that knows what it's like to be a champion, and now they got the energy that's been lacking. Falcons take it.
Is it over? Let us know, chat. It is time for one more drop as we send it to the Qiddiya Arena.
Baby! Map number 9. I think we were all a little bit surprised to be here, Enigma. But the Falcons do what no other team has been able to do to them. They say, hey, I'll do it myself, landing on not 1, but 2 of our teams on match point.
Yeah, and there's a couple of different conversations come into this, but I want to set something out there, ladies and gentlemen. There is something in the Warzone space called an ace. And it is when the team that crosses onto match point then wins the very next game to take the whole damn tournament. Who is better than everybody in the world at that, my friend? The Falcons. They at one point had a 50% ratio when it came to that, so very much so keep your eye on them closing this here. No one knows it better. There's a reason Sage was dropped. There's a reason that Soko was brought in. He is called closer for a reason. Can they do it right here?
I'm getting a little bit of deja vu. We stood here about roughly a year ago. We watched 8 games last year. The first 4, the Falcons faltered. We took a little bit of a break, and what happened in the next 4? Absolute cinema. The Falcons looking to maybe do the same thing here in Riyadh yet again a year later. This time, though, it is different. They are not the only team that is trying to usurp that throne. You have Virtus Pro, obviously a fantastic storyline with Sage. You have Twisted Minds, Almond, who almost tasted greatness last year. And well, a team nobody thought, the entire community counted them out, thought they shouldn't be here at the top, and yet they stand amongst the Final 4 in 100 Thieves. Man, if we go one more after this, it's still great. I don't know if we get there, but I'm just ready for everything.
Oh yeah. Bucket up on the desk asked for everybody to make it a little bit weird and push us to yet another game. We do that, Gentlemates will cross threshold. Team Vision won't be very far behind. We end up in a situation where it can be anybody's game, and adding in an extra element. Falcons just pulled that off because they had 2 teams on the same side of the map. You add Thieves into the equation, it makes it considerably more difficult. Are they going to land on someone? Are they going to try and shut them down? And what do everybody else do? Well, Falcons are going to be hotly contested. Sorry, Thieves hotly contested over by Control. Falcons, they've actually backed off here.
Yeah, they don't have to do anything now. You've gained the points. It's all about going for the win here. A little bit of a nuance, folks, but reminder, if a team wins a game here on match point, the rest of the leaderboard freezes. So it's not just always about getting the match point. It's also about getting those points that way you can secure, because it's a lot of different cash between second and third. Down here at Control, we can see 100 Thieves getting battled by Novo Esports. Thankfully, this has been the case all day long. I'm looking at the kill feed. Well, Shifty, he gets found on out as well. So a little bit of a split coming in from the Falcons right now. And well, Hamoud, Exo Esports, they're looking to get on into the fight.
Yeah, I think Shifty was just trying to make it a bit interesting here with Control for Thieves, but in the end, it will be Exo, will be Novo to continue this bit of a blend that's going on this side of the map. Shifty get knocked yet again by Cams. He will be eliminated again. Thieves going to bring themselves up a recon drone. Watch these 4 teams now, ladies and gentlemen, have dominated these lobbies over the last couple of days. Slow everything down, set themselves up for rotations. It does not matter how many kills you have. You just have to be the last one standing. Elsewhere, we are going to see Twisted Minds, of course, in their factory location. We will see Gentlemates start to move quickly from BioWare.
A little bit of a fight here. I want to go back to something in a little bit, but you can see the aggression coming on through. We caught a glimpse there. Dongi coming back in from spawn, heads on over to Stronghold, picks up the heli that Falcons love to use, and brings it back on over towards Chemical. A little bit of a forward thinking, saying, hey, we're not letting you get the fast rotation, because it looks like the zone is going to go ahead and pull away. So while you have these mind games between 2 of our match point teams battling for one of our other ones, it's about just holding down the POI they have done for the last 4 days, and they're making it look pretty damn good.
Shifty, by the way, going to get on the hunt. Penguin will be dealt with by his duo in Biffle. Thief just going to try and hold for now. You're looking for that height with your Gabe Blast, maybe look over, hope that the Falcons can give you caught down beneath. Skull cleans one up. Biffle, Shifty, they've entered through the bottom doorways. We've seen them duo this up multiple times over the last couple of days, many a time through this year. Always happy to contest, always happy to ruin Thieves' afternoon. The one problem you have here as well, like there is barely any points. There's 10 points between 2nd and 5th. Gentlemates might not be across match point here, but if they do manage to get enough points, they can lift themselves to 2nd and walk away with $150,000.
A lot of storylines brewing here in map number 9. We're basically right here with you, friends. Just riding the waves as it's just tension filled in the map, in this booth, in the arena. Couches across the world as we are just watching, waiting to see who can come out on top. Gentlemates continuing to fry. Enkyo has been knocked, but look who's already on 5. Gromalok is here. Can he manage to find Vision of Rock? Gonna go ahead, back down Vision. Might be able to get there. As We do see Cams taken on out by 100 Thieves yet again, but Biffle and Shifty have made their way into this top server room side of Control. You might be able to pin down Thieves.
Doing your best. The thing is, I think Steve is quite happy for this to get him to go this way.
Yeah.
They don't need to fly this. They don't need the points. Twisted Mind can start to squeeze towards headquarters. Just a little bit of Anchor sitting off towards the back end in Allman. Leaving it Aiden going to try and find a little bit of presence here. Circle relatively central. Will pull maybe off towards the control center just a little bit towards the end. Always hazarding a guess here, ladies and gentlemen, where that could go. But while RNG plays into it, everyone will be trying to set themselves up, and if FPOI hedge their bet, Skullface will find one crossing down beneath. That's Harvey, cleaned on up. And everyone, you can feel it. With these big teams kind of not looking for points right now, everything is slow to a crawl.
Yeah, one thing I'm kind of keeping my eye on is at the southern side of the map. Well, Twisted Minds, one of our 4 teams that's on match point, they have this entire southern side of the map free. And it looks like Virtus Pro finally being uncontested in this game. They're looking pretty okay as well. No real need to push across the map, put themselves in a not great position for these 4 teams. It's all about the win. So you can see Z-Smith gonna go ahead back on up. Almond playing a little bit separated as well. I like the split here. Leave one player factory, let your other 2 play on the outside. Make sure nobody tries to come on down. But the only thing is, Enigma, while our top 4 teams are hanging on out, we have others that are trying to prove a point. Gabe on the stairs. He's good for 1. He's good for 2. It's looking good.
Yeah, but here come the Falcons. They recognize that the fight activates, so they're going to try and fly. The Shifty will be turned on and dropped by Blast at the bottom of the stairwell. So Biffle going to have to hightail it, find a little bit of coverage, and the Thieves will try and bully him out of here, recognizing they have that 3-on-1 advantage. So Biffle, he'll try and lead them on a merry dance, but he will also be found by Blast. There will be a little bit of presence here from EXO, but they should now feel comfortable if you are Thieves, setting themselves up for that later game.
And the zone has pulled Hisoka up out of that stronghold into the buy station at living quarters. So if you are the Falcons, you can't let this happen time and time again. If you are Biffle and Shifty, you're just trying to maybe catch that opening, bring it into a 2v2, feel way more confident about that fight. With the Thieves, they are just playing with insane chemistry, insane teamwork. Virtus Pro, they've sort of rotated on down, playing through this industry side. A lot of these teams basically playing from all 4 corners of this zone, all trying to manage to lock it on in. But one team that isn't just trying to play for the win here, they are trying to let us go one more game. It's Gentlemates looking across as they kind of playing around this concrete area. If they can manage to hold on through, this would be great for them to take this map and enter into our upper echelon of teams.
Yeah, and the thing is, even for them, because they're able to go on the hunt and find kills as opposed to the other teams that are just slowing things down, again, they could leapfrog into that second position. It's incredibly tight on our leaderboard. Virtus Pro, they're looking to squeeze down through concrete side, but Donkey going to be by himself, and honestly I think it's the correct call to back off here. Maybe try and get back over towards your teammates. Just slow things down for a moment. He will be spotted by someone from Rock, slips inside. Not going to have much in the way of room to breathe, but actually I think Rock Esports recognize that they need to back away from that fight, assessing who that may be.
We lose AGAL in the process of that fight. Everybody now realizing that this could potentially be the final game of the Esports World Cup, and with that, we have to try and get as many points as possible. Really prioritizing a lot of those placement multipliers that are there. Everybody just waiting to see where does this zone pull to as we get ready to get to the end of circle number 2. Where are we going? Well, we're getting a little bit over more towards Control Center. Okay. And I'm thinking here, Enigma, time and time again, we have seen this 100 Thieves roster. When they get these zone pulls, they know exactly how they want to play it. I don't know if they've been able to have the practice to try and do it on match point yet, but if there's anything that bodes well, it's some past success.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Falcons have more match point experience than anybody else. Understand quite often how to finish things off, but they'll have to find a difficult rotation past Control Center. And again, there's 3 teams in that area right now. Virtus Pro going to come in from the northern side. So that's the top industries here. They have to fight through Gentlemates and EXO to get to where they want to be. And also Rock is starting to take a little bit of an interest here. You've made enough noise. You've actually caught their attention. They could well hold you outside of this next circle if they want. Huge open space in the middle of this next circle, ladies and gentlemen, if we do get to that point for some of these teams. So it's not necessarily just finding yourself inside the circle, it's setting yourself up for a bit of cover at that point.
This is crazy, but look who's made their way on in control. The Falcons are here. Shifty's down. Soka's down. Can you manage to get the full? Can you find Diaz? Biffle. Where is he? Diaz, he's running away. 100 Thieves, this is your chance. This is your opportunity. You could take out a huge opportunity, but Blast, yes, he goes down. And Skull, he just doesn't see Diaz. And all Biffle has to do is just stay alive. Let the others get on in. Skull, he's gonna go ahead, try and take the fight. Biffle is going away. He does get caught on down, but it's not before both of your teammates come back on in. And where do they go? All the way back towards tents. And now 100 Thieves, they sense this happening, but they do not need to move out of their POI. They don't need to chase this down.
It was nervy for a moment there, though. Shifty was considering coming back into that control center area, and if he had done, he would have found himself on the receiving end of 3 Thieves SMGs. And breathe again, dude. As everyone slow starts to find their way across this map. For Twisted Minds, it's the underground tunnel play. That's what they're using. Skip prison. Avoid a lot of the fights. They may well not get much choice soon. Smitty's trying to hold that backside just in case to protect their exit if required. Gentlemates, we've spoken about the situation they're in. They patrol this shoreline looking to cut down anyone and hoping that the 4 teams on match point are part of that.
Yeah, you see Virtus Pro looks like they're trying to regain towards that boat side, outside of control as a fight against AGAL is happening. Sage and Noobs, they are both dropped alongside, and well, Doggy gets fouled by Clumsy as well. I think that's a Virtus Pro elimination here in map number 9. They led our lobby by points, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for them to secure second.
Setting up on the boat if you're AGAL. Falcons again. I've got to find this very difficult rotation because the zone is actually going to pull them basically past control center. They have Overwatch if you are 100 Thieves. So how do you play this? Do you want to punch up towards headquarters? Well, that's not going to be easy. Robstar's been a pain in the backside all the way through this tournament, so you're not going to get there for free. So what's the play? Skull going to send out a nade just to back their opponents down here. And this standoff could well decide so much of this tournament, the entire Esports World Cup really, because Control Center's in the next zone. Thieves would be in a solid spot to see it out from there.
Yeah, I mean, I like where Gentlemates are sitting on the other side, but for Falcons, you called it on out. They have to make their way on in. Skull, he has this read. The shots are good. These tents, they don't provide much cover. Can you manage to hit the wall bang? You're not able to, but Gabe, he's going to follow it on up with his Cypher, and Blast surges on out, cuts down Diaz Biffle. One last member of the Falcons out towards the boat side, and maybe you think you have the opportunity to stay here, but you don't realize you have 3 members of AGAL who are looking to lock down this boat. But for Shifty, it's no kills in hand, but it doesn't matter. He hits the buy station, gets Biffle back on in. Biffle will be able to provide a little bit of overlook, but that buy station is going to go off. You see Skullface puts his sights towards the sky. Can you manage to kill Biffle out of the sky? You do. While that's happening, Evos taken off the map as well. So a couple of our teams were trying to keep us going. One more game, just dropping like flies. And as the zone goes ahead and pulls, look who's already set up for this end game.
Yeah, but that end zone is horrible for everybody else, but the Gentlemates. They will be set up center zone. You've also got their anchor in Hallow pushed off towards that backside. Sorry, Gromalok to make sure that it is protected. He's just trying to clear a bit of land. But you can see so many teams now starting to realize that they've got to make this rotation. Falcons are out of here. Scumming deals with them over towards boat side. The 3 Thieves players are starting to make their rotation up through the trees as well.
I look at this. I love this. You have to play from the high ground if you are 100 Thieves. But unfortunately, somebody has a cluster strike with your name on it. It will force them to back on up. They're playing on top of Twisted Minds right now. You're trying to dive in and out of this smoke. Hold this high ground. If Thieves can manage to do this and push from the top side, this is going to be crazy. But Gromalok, he is looking to cut down both of these teams. It could be an activation for a third party.
Grom's going to find Skullface, and suddenly the Twisted Minds players fly out. Grom's going to clean that one up, so you got 2 left. If you are the Thieves, Rated finds some mood, but Gabe's going to slowly throw out the Molotov. The strike's coming on over the top. Can Gabe stay alive? The problem is he's going to slip off towards this left side. It's not going to be for free. AG Global here for the fight.
Twisted Minds, they've made their way on out. They're trying to use these loadouts as a little bit of headies, but the French on the side, they are trying to stop it. You turn your sights to the left. Blast down. Gabe Kuhn down. I haven't seen 100 Thieves be eliminated just yet, but Egio, he comes up from behind. The shots are firing. Gromalok turns his sights towards the other way. FaZe, they're here to play spoiler. They move on up. Gromalok on 13. He's able to knock down Flank. He's able to get the full. They are looking to close this one out.
Everyone slaughtered as they cross to the open ground. Clumsy's going to go low, trying to pick J-Tech back up. You still have one of the AG Global players in, but the Gentlemates, the Frenchmen, go nuclear here in map 9 in order to push themselves into this final fight. Nadog will survive for a moment, but it will be Enkyo to clean things up here. I'm seeing at least 20 kills on the board, and they rise to their feet with the green suits behind them, loud and proud in the arena as the French push us one more map.
Sacre Bleu, we're going to a map number 10, ladies and gentlemen. And Hollow lets everybody know, hey, Virtus Pro, hey, Falcons, you're not the only one who's here to try and silence everybody. We are here, and we have the energy of our fans behind us, cheering us on. They hear them all the way to the very end of map 9.
You can see discontent on the faces of the Falcons, but they know that basically the Gentlemates have kept them in this tournament. Everybody else who was on match point all breathes out a sigh of relief, understanding that they have the opportunity, the destiny still in their hands. And Dynasty, they will recognize that no more than anyone else, the pressure that they have faced so far through this tournament to punch themselves back into, they will not ace up. But now we have at least 5 teams across match point threshold. Who will make it? I have no idea. And while we assess everything, get those numbers to you, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to a quick break.
This land is calling.
Prends les foules. Prends les foules, prends les foules. Fais tirer d'en bas. J'ai les foules. Je mets une mortier. Encore. Sont où? Sur moi, aux cabanes, les gars. Ouais, cabane, on push. Crac. Close à moi. Mort, ouais, plus qu'un. Se crack. Tu me laisses lâche. Tu me laisses chier. Une balle. Une balle derrière l'arbre. Vous l'avez, il remonte. Il remonte sur le colis. L'eau un peu. Non. Laissez-vous vers le qu'est-ce qu'il y a maintenant? Qu'est-ce qu'il y a, gros? Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
In the words of the legendary Clayster, this is the best BR we have ever witnessed. Warzone. With so many teams now on match points after the French have shown up in the biggest way possible, we welcome you back into the studio as the green suits are going crazy. We got Enigma on the couch. You're rocking the scarf. How big is this for Europe?
It's outrageously huge. I mean, we as a region have faced a lot of criticisms over the years, some points fairly, but also it's been a case of trying to show the sacrifices that we make and how much we want to turn them into some semblance of success over here. Talking late nights, playing off ping, just really having to go the extra steps, the extra mile to really prove that we have a bigger purpose here in the Warzone space. And, well, the boys are standing up and delivering.
Shift, for you and I think it's especially surprising to see two teams from the LCQ. 100 Thieves were first on match point coming into this. I thought they were going to win it all. I was getting ready for the trophy ceremony.
It was one of those situations, too. We were talking about it in the green room because they knew they had Falcons weak. There was a question of what decision do you make right here, right now? Do you try to finish off Falcons and maybe sacrifice some end zone position, or do you keep them in the mix and play for possible late game superiority? They went with the former of the two. I won't say it 100% cost them, but it did put them at a bit of a disadvantage when they were facing up against Twisted Minds and then eventually Gentlemates.
And we heard the caster say it, right? Like, when are these other teams going to start getting more aggressive? And hey, they did, right? And it was AG Global that took down the Falcons.
Yeah, it was indeed, actually. I mean, you end up in a situation, if you're the Falcons, it's a tough squeeze. You end up trapped between too many different routes trying to get yourself up. It's tough, but again, you know, as the very non-biased European up here on the desk,
and it was nuts that Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro ended up collapsing in on each other over at Tunnel. But Gentlemates taking this win just blew us all away. They've been fighting tooth and nail to get to this very point. They rounded out as the 5th team to enter match point unofficially until we see the scoreboard, but pretty safe to say that's the case. The fact is, Gotaga took a major risk flying 60 fans out, and it seems to be paying off.
The green suits are making noise. Shout out to Gotaga, of course, Brooks and Squeezy. Broken, one of my favorite players to watch, now getting loud online, and you can see the Gentlemates have a good reason to celebrate. They're now our points leader. Pretty ridiculous to see how many frags they are dropping. That is now 131 on our final day.
The situation there is because the Gentlemates were so free to go and roam the map, they end up in a spot where the other four, they're trying to just play for endgame positioning. So Gentlemates, they're able to go and find those kills, lift themselves up that board. Even if we had ended there, they end up in second place and take away lion's share of the money. So because they were on that hunt, now everybody else feeling the pressure of the French on top of them.
Now we have to check in, though, on individuals. Who is our top fragger? Who is in the running for our Sony Bravia MVP?
Brother.
Yeah!
The Frenchman now taking the top spot away from Gabe and Dong, and we have a two-way tie there for second.
And he's heated up in these last two drops. That last most recent one, 15 eliminations. The one before that, 11. So he's on a burner right now, and that is incredible news for the French fans.
You have to think it's because they've had so much space, but now the other big dogs are going to start to focus in on a 5th threat in this fight.
Yeah, Gentlemates looking great. Let's see it. Gentlemates, they rounded out with the number 5, which is something I never expected to get. 10 games, it was unfathomable. We were doing our predictions 7, 8, maybe 9 at most. The fact that we're going into 10 is incredible. If we don't get a winner now in game number 10, I'm going to be even more blown away. Someone wins in this game for sure.
Can I get some predictions from y'all moving forward? Shift, what's the expectation? Will we have a winner, or will we have another squad moving up to match point? AGAL is still very much in the mix.
Thank you for not telling me to pick a winner, because who flippin' knows? I'm sitting here saying we will have a winner, but it's a bare-knuckle boxing match. I don't know who it's going to be. I don't care who it's going to be. I'm taking the jacket off. I'm just getting ready to go. I'm getting hot.
Dream Crazy, you calling it at 11?
I don't know if I could call it, to be honest, but you know what? Since I think in scrims we've seen these teams go the distance. I think at one point it was like 14 games. The longer that this goes, the longer that obviously you don't want any match point teams to win. So it's hard to say, but I'm thinking FaZe Clan's gonna pick things up.
I want to give a big shout out to our producer Gex. He said Twisted Minds and Aiden are gonna win this. Why? Because Aiden had the best intro video of all the players.
That's valid.
Winning fans over who have never watched Warzone, and for good reason. He was flossing, he was dancing, but he's had no smiles on his face in the last 15 minutes. Can Twisted Minds get back to their winning ways we saw earlier today?
Undeniably, yes. Twisted Minds are always in the running, and in fact, again, they almost did in that very last game if they did not compete against Virtus Pro, and the Gentlemates ended up taking them down. Twisted Minds, a roster that can win if they get blessed by zone. If it goes to factory, I think they're going to be just fine. I believe in them fully.
Andy, what about your Gentlemates? What's your confidence level?
Sky high. Quite frankly, they look phenomenal. They have the family behind them, and they have so much space up at bioweapons. I'm taking them all damn day.
Our graphics guy says it's Virtus Pro. Gentlemates, Virtus Pro, 100 Thieves, all on match point.
Yeah. The impressive thing I think about Gentlemates, though, is obviously not the fact that they're in the mix, but it's the fact that in the group stage, they didn't find anywhere near this much amount of success. And not just to be able to find a win, which they didn't do, but to be in 2 final fights back to back.
Yes.
Now, again, the recent one, that is a good map position for them. The circle benefits them. The time before that, Falcons do all the heavy lifting for them. But regardless of it, them being able to get into a late game situation with other match point teams and win is incredible news.
Well, think about what's at stake here. First off, a championship. You've got one team that's going for it once again to cement their dynasty. They did it last year. They're looking to do it once again. But you have 100 Thieves being represented, and one thing about them is they barely make it to this stage. LCQ was a struggle, and now they're here, a chance to be champions. Talk about a turnaround for Twist.
They had 3 wins.
They had 3
in
wins,
the LCQ.
but
they've got 2 so far, right?
2 so far, but they were struggling tremendously. So the fact that they're here is just wonderful. And then,
they're guaranteed money. Let's go ahead and check in on that prize pool, because this is $1 million Warzone competition. The stakes can't get higher, and you see first place is walking away with $250. But look at that drop off to second. Not only do you feel that crushing defeat, you'll be mixing out on 6 figures.
You know, the thing about it is, as much as you look at that and say you should be happy with $150,000, I think any one of these teams that finish second would gladly give up $100,000 just because they are the champion. They don't care about the $250,000.
Dream Crazy, a lot of people are looking at this as more than just a Warzone tournament, though. This is week 5. There are just 3 weeks left of EWC. And for all the clubs in the club championship, this could be an impactful moment. Let's take a look at where we're at in the standings.
Yeah, let's see, because I mean, I think you even mentioned it this morning. Sitting in 12th is just like an extra $250,000. And even for the 100 Thieves, I thought 39th place, even winning this right here, that's 1,000 club points. But of course, Falcons leading the charge, and in first with that, Team Liquid too as well.
AGAL is so close to passing Gen G. That is thousands of dollars difference between 4th and 5th. You can see Vitality not in our mix. Liquid is not, but Falcons very much. AGAL, Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds, all on that left side of the sheet. This is a huge matchup.
Without a doubt, not only for first place, but even getting top 8 elevates them up the leaderboard too. So already a job well done, but clearly you want a little bit more. For Team Falcons, if they want to go back-to-back in the club championship, this win today is absolutely imperative.
Can we take a look at our overall leaderboard as well? Because I noticed EVOS Esports is in that 11th place tie with so many squads that have won one event. I believe you have to finish in the top 8 to get club points. They could break the tie, but they have to move up at least 3 spots. They're chasing FaZe Clan. So we have stories within stories in this final matchup. This is going to be a huge moment for all of the players on the stage, and we want to give them as much time as they need before we go to this final drop. It is the final drop, right?
Well,
yes,
I think so.
How impressive, though, AGAL, even though, you know, they've had that such team issues. I mean, sitting in 6th, that's kind of a shocker, right?
Ball buff right there, coming on through for Scumming.
Yeah, for
go
real.
with you, Pocky. I do think that this is going to be the final match.
so.
Surely we don't see one of these 5 teams not take it.
And I need to get some predictions from the desk. You won't pick a winner, but can you tell me who is going to drop the most frags and earn our MVP honor? Who has been slaying the most? Can Gromelot keep up this pace? He's currently on the top spot, but you have all of the huge names right behind him.
I'm thinking Inkyo. I'm thinking Ikeo comes through. I really do. Gentlemates have worked this hard. They're feeling themselves. The way that they took control of that final moment was so impressive. So I'm not giving you a team, but I'm giving you a player. And, well, therefore, a team, I'm thinking Ikeo.
Enkyo from Gentlemates.
Yeah, got to go with the same. I mean, the general in Grommelok has been fantastic, but all the way through this tournament, it's been about the little prince, the Frenchman, the young man that you look at, and if he wins, he hits milkshakes and backflips. But this tournament, he's been slaughtering people.
Dongy and Noobs right behind him. I have a look at those two guys, and if it's a Falcon, who can drop the biggest bombs?
Diaz Bifel.
That's it.
Going for
Thank
him.
you all for tuning in. We got to send it over to Dandro because this drop is ready. Make some noise, Kadia Arena.
Woo, baby! Well, you guys are going to have to listen to me for a hot second while Enigma sprints from the desk back into the booth because they said it. This could be the last game, but I also have a small feeling we have a lot of squads who are absolutely firing right now. Who knows what happens here at the Esports World Cup in 2025 for Call of Duty Warzone. It has been an electric day, and I have to assume that this map will only continue to deliver the energy that is there. 5 teams have now crossed our 135-point threshold. Gentlemates going not only nuclear to enter themselves into that top 5, but also to now be top of the leaderboard. Enigma has just sprinted back on into the booth.
Yes, sir.
I think there was no better time for me to talk about the Gentlemates than for you to get back on in here.
No, definitely not. I mean, of course, delighted to see them lift. The continent of Europe now has their hopes on their shoulders. And they've done so incredibly well to get to this point, but you are now one of those targets that everyone else will look at. They find you in that feed, they will do their best to hunt you down. So for all 5 of these teams now, it is very much so do or die. Do the dynasty hold their throne, or is it challenged and overthrown right in front of us?
There's only one way to know, and that is for us to dive into this game, man. I mean, map 10. We were sitting around dinner last night. We said, hey, how many do we think it's going to go? Some people said 5.
I said 6.
Some people said 7. You said 6. I don't know what you were doing, but I'd love to know. I said 8. None of us said anywhere close to double digits, but it's the Esports World Cup. It's the best of the best. They had to fight their way out of their region. They had to fight their way through the group stage. Some of these teams had to fight their way through the LCQ just to get to map number 10. It is a marathon, not a sprint. And let's see who still has gas in the tank.
Well, we take a quick look at the landings here, and of course, the Gentlemates will be contested initially by Vision. VP will get their landing for free over by Chem. There will be a lot of activity on Control Center. Thieves have company in EXO and in the Falcons, but they find the kills at least. And well, for the Falcons, they will see themselves with their anchor in their typical stronghold location, and Twisted are safe in factory. So everybody can take a breath for now. The rest of the lobby will have to figure it out. But for the Gentlemates and for Team Vision, this is the most hotly contested team when it comes to match point.
Let's see. The Gentlemates, if they can manage to win this fight against Team Vision, I got to assume their chances of winning this map skyrocket. Already some early fights. Great Molotov from Enkyo. Back down some of the members. You see Lennon slide on out to the left. Lennon and PPKill trying to create some sort of crossfire here right now, but Enkyo, he will not take the bait. Goes down a level, wants to meet back up with his fellow Frenchman. Trying to retake this fight, but look who's lurking on this outside here, Enigma. FaZe Clan. They've taken over control of Industries for the time being, and they might look to push on out of this to maybe get involved. But Noobs, he's already going to do so. Just taking a quick peek over with his loadout cipher. No surprise there. Everybody just, I think, trying to do their best to stave off the opposition.
I do wonder if you knew who was on the other end of that gunfight, if you actually shoot if you're Noobs. I'm assuming he's thinking that's someone like Grommelok. CT Gaming, by the way, will be eliminated first here. They fall early. 100 Thieves, they have company at Control Center, as they so often do. EXO continuing to stick around, hang around, but also on Novo. Javi will find Khmu. Skull just bobbing and weaving here, desperately trying to for a shoulder and just stay alive, but will actually take a little bit of damage, forced to back off. The bait and switch is there though. Thieves flowing as a unit as they have so often today. Back over to the battle at Bioweapons. Grommelok just gonna tuck himself into the second level here. You've got Team Vision just above you. Hallow's going to continue to hang out on that submarine, so it's essentially a 2v3 most of the way through this fight, and Gentlemates will give us good as good get.
Well, Biffle, Shifty, they want to get back on into this. Some great shots onto Havix. Shifty not going to get Overextended, not going to make it happen. Dives back on down, wants to join Diaz Biffle. Stoka the third, still back on over towards Stronghold. So you're just trying to maybe put a thorn in the side of 100 Thieves. His blast is taken on out. Gabe, he's going to slide up from the bottom, and he's able to find Shifty, but Diaz, good for the trade. Any other players nearby? Of course, it is going to be a couple of these squads from Novo. Exo also here in the mix, and well, if you're the last player from 100 Thieves and Skullface, you want to go ahead and back on up. Diaz finds Cams on the Ascender. He's not going to be able to clean it on up, though, as Hobbits finds Diaz Biffle that's there, and Skullface, he's continuing just to try and stay alive. Other two teammates, they've spawned back on in. Now here comes the question, Enigma. Do they try and land and join on up with Skullface, or do they maybe just try and maybe back off for a moment?
Yeah, they're kind of assessing the situation on the fly here. Skullface is doing incredibly well. He actually finds one that's going to allow Gabe Kuhn back in. I'm pretty sure that you have Blast floating, so Ivalari's landed in the water and will have to find his way back over to his teammates. Company, still, if you are Skull here, just trying to lock this down. First time, but maybe a breath at Control Center. But you got to pick a fight, you got to pick a side, and Skull spins, finds Harvey, cleans him up. So where then is Cams? You won't have to worry about him for too long. He's considering just backing off here, maybe towards his anchor. 100 Thieves locking this down. They struggled so much with the earlier stages of this LAN environment, but they're feeling themselves today.
Yeah, they can see this zone. They know it's going to be pretty central for a while, so they're not going to be forced to move just yet. Natural loadouts will spawn on in. Back down at Bioweapons, Gromalok, Hollow and Enkyo, the Gentlemates, just put on an absolute heater of a game to put them here on match point in the top of our leaderboard. It's been a battle against Team Vision all day long, and well, for Gromalok, he'll get some early sights onto Echo from Team Vision and cut him on down, and a little maybe European love between these two squads. We know this is a test that has been happening for a while, and well, for the gentlemen to be able to get that win over Team Vision, that's going to be a lot of work here.
Twisted Minds, you've pushed forward from Factory towards headquarters, recognizing the zone's going to pull more towards the north than you would have liked, so you're going to have to get on this quite early. Smith, well, the jump is interesting, but you do make it happen. You hit the crossing, and also Aiden finds Ryan. Yep, more purchasing Jalak, more purchasing inside the doorway. It will make you feel quite comfortable. There is one EVOS player in the tower above you, like it's going to be Robstar, but otherwise Twisted Minds feeling comfortable as they move forward. The Falcons, they're squeezing up towards Control Center belonging to the Thieves. Gentlemate's comfortable in Bio, VP comfortable in Ken.
I kind of like this right now from, of course, Twisted Minds, because I think they realize if they can take out this player in the tower, it's going to let them, I think, play up from this factory side in through headquarters and prison. Just so much easier. You can see the nades dropping on top of Robstar, and he's just doing everything he can to stay alive for the time being. We did leave it for the moment. We are going to see Twisted Minds sort of back on up. Falcons have started to make their way on through. I'm looking at the kill feed, though. Team Vision, they're missing Echo, they're missing FIFA kill.
Tracks the key, does well enough. Gromalok will be there to clean. It was there for the coverage either way. Cams will actually knock Biffle here, so Shifty's got quite a bit of work to do. Both side, Harvey goes high, and you do lose Biffle in the cleanup, so Shifty got to figure it out himself. If there's anyone who certainly can take on a team 1v2, it's this man. Arguably the straightest shooter in our scene. But two players looking to land on him at the same time. And both find him, so Shifty sent packing. Stoka will still be up, but it's in that awkward position yet again of trying to get out Stronghold up towards Control. It's that uphill battle they've just not liked.
Yeah, I mean, you either got to push over towards Control, where you have these two teams and Nova 100 Thieves, or you push to the other side where you're trying to play through headquarters, where you have EVOS and Twisted Mind. So basically 4 heavy hitters directly in front of you. But one thing we've seen the Falcons do time and time again, it is their ability to absolutely cut through zone. On the other side of the map, for the Gentlemates, it's going to be continuing this battle with Team Vision. Maybe a couple of those body shots coming back to bite them. Enkyo swings on out, is able to find a couple shots onto FIFA kill, cracks the armor. Hollow is there for a solid trade. This will open up the map for them to be able to get on out of here as the zone is starting to push them. But for Virtus Pro, they are doing what they did to get to this point anyway. It's Sage on top of Chemical, and well, it's Donkey and Nuke running amok in prison. And I think Sage has the right idea here. Keep your eyes towards this bio side. You know that the Gentlemates are going to be on over there, and if you can just even throw a little bit of a wrench into the plan of the French, you might be able to buy yourself some time.
Yeah, absolutely. So many of these teams looking for each other in the feed. If they can get an advantage in the fight, expect them to squeeze up on it. Dongy just going to be above the Rock Esports here. You got 2 of those VP bodies over towards prison. That zone's going to continue to drag, looking very open territory where we saw the Gentlemates win out last time. So it's going to be
helping Biffle in the fight. Nox come through, traded situation. All three of the Falcons squeezing up together. No Soka anchor situation here. And that's partly why, because he's up, he's helping clear out this bolt to give you a better position for the later fights.
Right shots onto Vortex. Their armor crack will back him down. And, well, the Falcons have been able to stabilize. Reminder, folks, doesn't matter that they're bottom in the top 5 on our teams on match point. If they're able to take this win, they will, of course, surge to the top and maintain their role here as the dynasty in Warzone. A lot of map left to play, though. We're still only missing one team coming to the end of zone number 3. The Gentlemen, they've moved on over towards Concrete. You lose Enkyo in the process, but you very cleanly clean up FaZe yet again. Hopefully Enkyo, he's gonna be able to stay alive. Can you get the tap on here? Dark Gromlock, and he'll be able to. I like this Concrete positioning from the Gentlemen.
Yeah, I think this is really good early rotation coming through. We've seen this from time and time again, very comfortable over here. Not sure what that gameplay was supposed to be, but you are out of here if you are Leviathan. Our second team wiped off the map. And they will now have a relatively comfortable spot compared to some of our teams that are trying to rotate in, including in behind them, Team Vision, a squad that they've pretty much put belt to ass to all the way through this map. But there will be Virtus Pro finding a bit of purchase into them as well as they try and patrol the edge of that circle and move in with it.
Well, look where Twisted Minds has moved on up to the zone. It's going to pull them out of Factory, so they decide to play in through Prison side. They're going to hold this bottom area, but we have a lot of teams who are floating around here. Robstar doesn't get found on out. Ullman throws a couple warning shots downrange. Utility Box will let them be able to secure a couple more thermites, a couple more smokes that you might be looking for to try and push on through. For a team like Twisted Minds, they don't have to take any of these fights. They can manage to just dive them if they need to. And it looks like the tunnel is going to be their option. But look who's moving on up. It's AGAL. I thought the AGAL may be able to hit the timing, but it's a couple of thermites. It will back down some of the members with the burn. It comes on out. Twisted Minds, can you slide on through here? Scummin, he's going to slide on out. He's trying to be able to play his life, but look who's surging on forward. It is Aiden. He brings down Scummin. He brings down Raiden. He takes another team off the board as they are looking to waltz their way to a victory on match point.
When we talk about death ball, ladies and gentlemen, that is how that plays out. Nice and close and personal. Dongi, by the way, peeled off by Prodigy. So Virtus Pro will be down a man, looking to make this next rotation over from Prison Courtyard. And they're being hunted over there. Falcons have found themselves on the steps. They've got Soka out towards the boat, just trying to set themselves up. Actually, I think Soka's joined the front lines. He has indeed. Shifty, who's anchoring in at this point for the Falcons. Maybe have to pay attention to the fact that they've got some players in the water behind them, but it's Gentlemates under pressure at Concrete.
Thank you. He's got to stay alive here. It's Team Vision. They've fully surrounded him. He's able to bring down FIFA Kill. Is he going to be able to get the plates back on in? Tempered will help him reset this fight very, very quickly. He takes down Echo. Is it a 1v3 for the Frenchman? No, it is not. Lennon. It's on the line, and he will get the final kill. And you can see the look of disbelief in all of the Gentlemates fans here in the arena.
Bullet away for a 1v3 that would have given you great endgame positioning. VP will fight back, though, against Rock Esports, managing to win out here. However, you are missing Dongi in this engagement, so you're going to have to do it as a 2 if you're going to close this out. 9 squads still remaining. Noobs applying pressure to Evos, who tuck themselves inside, but those shacks are made of paper, boys. And Norbstar will fall, but the teammates, well, they're not going to be feeling much better about this.
Soka has been dropped on the other side, by the way, by some of the members of Twisted Minds, and I love what Virtus Pro is doing right now. You mentioned it. Light it on up. This thing has no protection towards it. Can you manage to get that full? You can. Showstopper's going to be one to slide on out. But Noobs, he just keeps firing, baby. Robstar goes into the stream of bullets, and he gets taken on out. Jawad is there for a trade onto Virtus Pro, but look where we are starting to see some movement. We see some movements from the Falcons out on the boat. Twisted Minds making their way through tunnel, and just like that, Virtus Pro, they have been taken off our map. So not only have the Gentlemates made an exit, but so have Virtus Pro. It's just 100 Thieves, Twisted Minds, and Falcons.
Soka got company behind him. Exo just going to be a thorn in the side for now, a nuisance really that you really want to swat away. And now the red comes through. 100 Thieves are going to be scrambling over the top of our Twisted Minds over towards tunnel side. I don't know if they recognize each other's there. But this could be a fight for win condition. You've got squad number 2. That's Team Vision in the mix as well.
We are coming down to the final moments. Twisted Minds, they want to just go ahead, hold this tunnel. If the Falcons are not careful, they could find themselves directly in the line of sight of not only Twisted Minds, but also 100 Thieves. Echo, Team Vision, they're on the other side in a battle against Exo Esports.
Z-Smith just going to watch the back line, then turn his attention forward once that gas is finished coming on in. 100 Thieves going to lock themselves down around the shack, not having to worry about any pressure from the backside. Falcon's going to have to flood forward at some point. Circle's going to drag hard towards them, though, so all about these fights in the open territory.
I mean, Falcons Twisted Minds, Thieves, they're in great position right now. No matter where this is going to go ahead and pull. XO Esports taking on out Team Vision. They are the only team not on match point here, ladies and gentlemen. They have an opportunity to put us to one more game, but it's 3 out of our 4 squads. They are here. 100 Thieves, they're going to make a gas play. They're trying to set themselves up already in control.
Soka is going to be run over here a little bit. People kill Echo, find kills. It's just Shifty going to be standing tall, and he will flee, and he will fall. The Falcons are out of here. You've still got Twisted Minds, though. You've still got 100 Thieves on that rotation. Thieves lose 2. Twisted Minds in the best position to see it all.
It's all self-revives. It's Twisted Minds. They're here on top of control, but look who's still in the zone. They're not taking damage. Team Vision, they are here, and it's going to be a cluster that comes in up over the top. Skullface hops on out. He's going to be able to get the revive, but the self-revives on top of control are coming on in. Gabe sighting on up, begging anybody to peek a shoulder. Team Vision, they're looking at control as well. They can't manage to see anybody of 100 Thieves, but the zone will finally pull on over towards the edge.
You managed to get a resist through. Look at them. Allman just manages to get Smitty and Aiden up. Can you stand, though, before that circle starts to squeeze? It's the last one. Thieves have 2, Vision have 3, and you're up high for the Twisted Minds.
Lennon, he's been able to find Almond, but everybody just sticking with each other, just huddling for warmth, trying to keep their tournament alive. Echo and Lennon, they're going to move on the outside, but Z Smith, he pops on up, he finds Lennon, the knock is there. He's continuing to try and find Echo. The bullets going through the truck. 100 Thieves, they're still alive below. A Molotov will finally be able to bring down Echo. Lennon, he is finished. We are about to come down to our final 2 teams as Faith the kill goes huge. Almond jumps on down. Twisted Minds, they do it to the very end. It was patience all the way through. It will reap them their reward. Our motto this year, Enigma, is rise above all. They couldn't do it last year, and when the competition was greatest, the Twisted Minds were able to rise above their competition and secure a match point victory.
The celebrations ripple out up on the stage, but also in the crowd. The hometown org and Miss Sweets cheering her partner on to Esports World Cup glory. Smitty, Almond, and Aiden, who for so long so many have questioned, do you want to be up on that stage? After everything you've achieved, after everything you've done, it would be fair to walk away into the wind and saddle off in retirement. But no, he will stand atop the stage of glory, above so many and over the top of the dynasty.
It's not too far down the boulevard. You see their mascot in just grandeur, the Twisted Minds. They came into this year wanting to make a statement. They made this roster change from last year. They had to bring in the IGL Almond, and he is a big part of their success. Aiden, we had some question marks on his ability to commit, saying, do you still have it in you to be a top-tier competitor? And man, I might cry on this broadcast for Z Smith, dude, because that kid deserves the world.
He really, really does. A true gentleman at heart and the most incredible competitor out there. But alongside Almond and Aiden, they have risen to the top step in Saudi Arabia. And you talk about how much it has been earned through grit, determination, and quite frankly, damn well disbelief. They looked off pace day one. They've had to figure things out not just through this year, not just getting into Saudi Arabia, but through this damn competition, and they have done so.
And you know, this means so much to all the fans in attendance. They were one of the teams last year. It seemed like it was Falcons and Twisted Minds. The only 2 teams who had fans here in the arena. We come back a year later, and you can see just Team Falcons. They wanted to be able to end this here, but for Twisted Minds, their community, the region as a whole, they are feeling so grateful. If you are one of these other teams who did manage to make it to our match point threshold, you should still hold your head high because you did something that no other team was able to do, and that is to get to our finals and be able to cross that 135-point threshold. It was absolutely crazy, but we got some keys to crush, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and check in with Barney on the stage with Twisted Minds.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a brand new champion of Call of Duty Warzone here at the Esports World Cup. We found the most dominant, the most impactful team. Congratulations, gentlemen. Now, you know, emotions are running high right now, I can imagine. There's a lot going on right now in your minds. So this is going to be the fun bit. We're going to do the fun bit right now, okay? First and foremost, I would like to invite our keymaster, Dominic, to the main stage. He's on your right. Aiden, that is your key. I want you to hold on to that right now. Congratulations. Show it to the camera. That is your key, your champion key. Hold on to that for now, okay? Hold on to that. Okay. I think I know what you guys must know what's about to happen. So let's just, crack on, shall we? Smith, I want you to turn the key and I want you to turn the engines on right here of our brilliant Crusher. Let's go. The engines are on. You can feel it. Okay, Almond. It's time to flick the switch, my friends. Let's open up the iris. Take a look inside. You'll see all the menacing teeth of our incredible Crusher right here. And here we go, Aiden. It's about that time. In 3, 2, 1, send him down and hold it. Oh, clean. Smith, how did that feel?
It feels amazing, man. We were due.
You were due indeed. Okay, there's something to do right now, isn't there? All of your opponent's keys have now been crushed in our awesome Crusher. There's only one thing. Take that key, go and rise up to your trophy, put it in the center, and raise it for the world to see as champions. Congratulations, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, your Call of Duty Warzone champions at the 2025 Esports World Cup, Twisted Minds! Gentlemen, that has got to have felt good. I know you thought you got rid of me, but I'm back. Smith, try to put into words how you're feeling right now, buddy.
I don't know if that's possible right now, but all I know is this is the most clutch team I think I've ever played with. I mean, it's always the last game, man, and that's been our mojo for the past 3 months, every single tournament. It always comes down to the last game, and we always pull it out.
You do indeed. Some of the analysts were even saying in the closing moments of that game that if anyone deserves it, you do, man. Is it nice to hear that?
Yeah, man. I mean, this is your goal. You start playing 5 years ago to win on the big stage. That's what you want to do.
Yes, you do indeed. I'm going to come round and try not to fall over here on the stage because it's pretty slippy. Aiden, you hear the fans echoing through the arena online. They're going to be lighting up all of your socials. You know it. Aiden, you can even hear it right now. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them, buddy? Because, yeah, what a day, hey?
Listen, I'm just appreciative to be here, to be able to play games for a living and, just have people in the stands watching and rooting on. Shout out to Twisted and just shout out to everyone here because without y'all, this is not possible without you guys. So thank you for making this event. It was. Shout out to my lady that's here and my family watching at home. They have a watch party going on. And it's my first LAN win ever. And, this means a lot to me. So I'm just very appreciative to be here.
Let's not also forget that along with the incredible trophy, there's a lion's share of $1 million, my friend. How's that feel?
amazing, man. I don't even know what to say. It still doesn't feel real.
Oh man, it must be such an incredible feeling. You know what? I've got a very special guest that's just joined us up here as well. It is of course Dominic with our MVP award. I'm gonna get clarification right now. Okay, I have clarification. MVP of the Call of Duty Warzone tournament here at the Esports World Cup is Z Smith. Z Smith, that's also an additional $10,000 in your back pocket, my friend. Is that cool?
I did not know that. I mean, I wasn't playing for it. I told these guys the other day, man, if I sit there, I had a game with 1 kill and 5,000 damage. I said, you know, I just want to win. I want that trophy, and I mean, I couldn't get this without these guys next to me.
Guys, you're an awesome unit. Congratulations once again. So, this next one, this is for the fans, okay? So, I'm going to exit stage left, and when I'm gone, I'm going to announce your team, and I want you to lift that trophy up one more time for everyone here in the arena. And so, one more time, ladies and gentlemen, your Call of Duty Warzone champions at the 2025 Esports World Cup, Twisted Minds!
What a moment for Twisted Mind fans around the world, for Aiden Stream, for everyone who has been watching Z Smith and Allman since the beginning of their Warzone career. All three of these gentlemen were on the podium, but they fell short of their goal in 2024. Now that goal is accomplished, and what a way to do it with 5 teams on match point. Twisted Minds clutching at the end.
It feels so good to see Aiden up there as a champion, and the reason why I've been watching him throughout the entirety of his competitive career. In fact, I actually did his first ever official interview. For this to be his first LAN event, and for me to look at it, to be on this very desk, it's a special moment for me. Not only is he a great person, but so is his entire family, his dad being a veteran himself. I mean, look, these guys worked hard. They fought tooth and nail, and they are your champions for a reason.
Dream, last year we saw Allman with Fnatic. We followed them throughout the level up story. He fell short, coming back stronger in Turquoise this year.
It came down to one engagement with the Falcons on top of the headquarters, and I think, you know, they were kicking themselves in the feet for not winning that. But here today, seeing Ben win it, and of course, stepping up in that IGL role for the squad, it fits them perfectly. And for Aiden and Z Smith, right, they always run lucky number 3, but now with Allman, they're on lucky number 1. You gotta love to see that dub.
And for Z Smith, our MVP, well deserved. He mentioned it. I had 1 kill, 5,000 damage. We witness that every time we go to his screen. The man is always in position to lay down that damage. He made Dandro cry tonight.
It's well deserved, I think, for all 3 of these guys. Smith, of course, on top of that, but literally this MVP could have gone to anybody.
Yes.
We talked about it halfway through this grand final. All 3 guys within slight numbers of difference in kills between one another. The whole team overall, top average placement on the evening. This was a team effort. Yes, Z Smith comes with a total number of kills higher than his teammates, but all 3 of them fried today.
You had an interview with him last year. I remember watching back just recently, like where Z Smith said, hey, everyone in this lobby looked nervous in the solo stages, so I just pushed them and took advantage of it. And Z Smith just coming on, you know, on a LAN last year, even into this year, he still looks just as strong.
Yeah, without a doubt. You know, Z Smith, a competitor that just wanted to be here in this moment, to be a champion. Again, for Twisted Minds, also to do it on their home turf. The Twisted Minds fans out there trying to be louder, right, than Gentlemates, trying to be louder than the Falcons. The Twisted Mind fans must be ecstatic.
Yeah, security, please clear a path, because if you have ever left this venue, you'll know the Twisted fans are waiting outside. The Gentlemates fans are always waiting outside. They got to go to another venue to put their frame in the totem to be cemented as EWC champions. And for everyone who's been following the club championship, this moment makes things even tighter. It was a two-team race with Falcons and Liquid. Twisted Minds all of a sudden are right there with them.
Absolutely. They jump up there. And let's not forget the top 8 finishes for the Falcons is still impactful. The top 8 finishes right for, of course, Gentlemates, very, very nice. Virtus Pro, obviously, within that running, but the biggest up has to be Twisted Minds. Now the question is, can they take over the championship race themselves?
You guys ready to relive those moments? Let's go ahead and look back at some of the big highlights from our final drop with 5 teams on match point. Every fight was crucial.
I think the really poetic thing about this drop to the one prior was that it's the exact same fight. 100 Thieves right over the top of Twisted Minds, inside tunnel. It looks like it's about to fall away the same exact way that it had the time before. But this time, they're able to get good focus. They know what their issues were as they try to exit tunnel the last time around. Good utility, good team fodder, really good bait and switching. Perfect execution for Twisted Minds.
The Bradford Biffle, though, right? Team Visions right here, Lennon. It looked like they had it. The positioning right against the wall, and of course the high ground for Twisted Minds above, and then you had 100 Thieves down low. So these engagements were so key, but for Twisted Minds to hold this positioning, especially the patient plays from Z-Smith, and it's unfortunate 100 Thieves got wiped out by FIFA Kill.
It was a heel off for a moment, but high ground always wins. Z-Smith, as soon as he gets revived, pops up, forces the competition to back down, and with 3 guns up, Twisted Minds outshoots Vision for the tournament trophy, and they know it comes with that $250,000 paycheck. What a week.
What a week indeed, and a historic moment. Look, this is the first time we've had 3 different champions on the international stage. Before that, it was all Falcons. Before that, it was all Sage, Hisoka, Biffle, Shifty. Now, of course, you can go ahead and throw in the mix Z-Smith, Almond, and Aiden, which is just, for Warzone history, a special moment.
Shift, what was the best part of that final drop for you?
It's hard to pick one moment in any of the last 5 drops, for that matter. Everything came down to small decisions. One bullet not hitting, not being able to get that last little bit of a revive off. Everything could not have been any closer than this. This has to be one of the best showings of competitive Warzone to date. And how funny it is that it's all based on the prep. We know that EWC is Rebirth. Everyone comes in with a fire through qualifiers. You have a 5-man race at the very end, almost a 6th, 7th-man race. If Vision could have won, it could not have gotten any tighter than this. I can't pick one moment, Chris.
I know there's so many people waiting in the Kadia Arena to see where their team landed on the final Warzone leaderboard. Admins say it's official. Let's go ahead and pull it up and show you the final placements. Behind Twisted Minds in 2nd place, the French squad, the Gentlemates, go from LCQ to top 2, banking $150,000, and with $100K guaranteed, Virtus Pro is also on that podium.
Gentlemates, where did that come from? Grommalock dropped 64 today. Not to be outdone, Enkyo's got 53. They dropped 147 kills. Unreal stuff. But again, the other thing about the standings is, yeah, it does feel like winner takes all type situation. But for the club owners, you have Virtus Pro a little lower than you would have figured. You have Falcons a little lower than you would have figured.
Lower, yeah.
Things are going to get really interesting for EWC's Final Champions Club Cup.
And of course, 100 Thieves are going to be scoring some points as well for their club. They fell short in Call of Duty Black Ops 6. They didn't get the 1,000-point bonus, but a top 4 ain't bad here in Warzone with the stiffest competition from around the world.
And to do it by, again, almost not making it out of LCQs, and then to finish top 3 is just a big turn of events. 100 Thieves need to hold their heads up high. I understand they're going to be a bit disappointed with that placing. I know them as competitors, but you look at it from the outside and you just have to simply be impressed with their journey, where they ended. They had a real chance to even win that final win zone.
And what a finish by Z-Smith, taking home the MVP honors. Let's take a look at how our top fraggers performed. Z-Smith, 49 kills, 69 players score with 180 to his squad. He was popping off. He was involved helping out his team at all of the crucial moments. Buybacks were so crucial in these final 4 drops. And as we take a look at some of the best moments from Z-Smith, what do you think is the strongest part of this man's game?
I think the thing about it is his adaptability, because you even see it through a lot of these POVs. He's supposed to be the guy to kind of follow up once there's some sort of an entry. The fact of the matter is he is not hesitating at all to get in when when his teammates are finding success. That's something that we kind of criticize other teams for, not being able to know when you can snowball. So for Smith, huge to come in, find trades, and help his team win key fights.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things, right? Hesitation. You cannot hesitate, especially when it comes to pushing some of these speeds. But for Z Smith, he also knows when to back down towards his teammates. So if he gets a knock, he'll wait, he'll be patient, maybe play with Almond or Aiden. But the beautiful thing about these guys is they also can roll switch as well.
You know, the thing about Z Smith that I love is he's a selfless player, right?
Yep.
He's not going to go out there and make a selfish play. He can if he needs to, but he's always going to be there for his team and for the roster. Again, he's one of those guys that is okay with outputting a ton of damage, but not having the donkey score lines, right? That's what makes Z Smith a special player. That's what makes him the glue to this roster.
And we still have the World Series of Warzone around the corner. Twisted Minds taking the throne away from the Falcons for now. And what a rivalry we have a brewing. No longer is it just Americans versus NA squads. The Europeans showed up in a big way with Gentlemates. And we have to revisit the best moments from everybody in our Kadia top plays from finals day. Let's take a look at these one, Shift.
Yeah, I think the thing is it starts off with VP all over it, dropping a bomb. Map number 1. Highest point total we've seen until, well, since the Falcons were able to get their huge one back in group stage. But to start off grand finals with a giant bomb, it felt like VP was going to gain too much distance to make up, but they start to peter out throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, that was Dongi, right? Clutching up in the very end, holding back Twisted Minds, ironically, who end up taking the entire tournament. And Noobs, just such a talented player. And let's also not forget the story from Sage, trying to make it all the way. But CT, a surprise appearance in the grand finals, a team that was underestimated that very well had a real chance to go all the way.
Yeah, one of our AM North teams, but also two on the side of Novo and Havix and Vortex, right? Vortex being that Italian stallion, but also, you know, speaking different languages. That team did really well. And also, of course, the Gentlemates holding down Bio. And it was amazing to see them 12th in groups, first in the LCQs, and then today they came out with the heat. They definitely got that crowd buff.
Spain, France, and the UK are the three big regions in Europe to keep your eyes on. But in NA, these are the top dogs, and you can see Aiden greeted by all the Twisted Minds fans. Z Smith right behind him and Almond in the back. The trio making their way to the totem to cement their place in history.
And how appropriate that they have to walk right by the 2024 club champion banner of Falcons.
That's right.
And this not even have to look back, no sweat whatsoever. Twisted Minds now showing up as another major force, not just in the region, but in that club championship standings. It's unreal stuff out of these boys.
It is, and you look at Almond, right? Almond coming from that TBE roster way back in the day. Not necessarily a dynasty roster, but still considered one of the best now on the best roster when it comes to Call of Duty Warzone EWC 2025. This walk has got to feel sweet.
From building to building, they leave the STC arena, the Kadia Esports arena, and now make their way up the steps to the totem. They'll join the likes of Magnus Carlsen, who took home chess. Team Spirit, who just took home Rainbow Six, I'm told. Ooh. And Twisted Minds. No, this will skyrocket them in our club championship to the top 5. Where they land, only 2 weeks left to tell.
There's still time for everybody out there, and of course, Prince Fasil out there.
Sir Royal Highness Prince Faisal with the frame, handing it over to Aiden. Aiden given the honors. Will he give it to the MVP, or will he take it for his first LAN victory? The Ohio boy gets the honors. You'll love to see it, Shift.
Yeah, you really do. And it's just one of those things, you look back to the competitive history of Warzone. When it was first becoming a thing, a lot of people said, is Aiden the best player in Warzone? It seems like now is an appropriate time to scale the wall and take place on his throne.
What a moment for the boy from Ohio, streaming from a mansion in Houston. He came from Fortnite, established his dominance in Battle Royale there. Accepted by the Warzone community, loved by all, and now cementing his place on the totem. Twisted Minds, your champions of Call of Duty Warzone EWC 2025. final hugs on the stage between the players. You know Aiden can't wait to get back to Danny, celebrate with his partner. They'll be joined by His Royal Highness at the floor. And of course, then they'll go out to greet all the fans. If you are out here in Riyadh, get your Sharpies ready. It's time for some autographs. These gentlemen are absolutely famous and for great reason. And what a moment for everyone from Twisted Minds able to celebrate with their squad.
Yeah, it's just another one of those things that the community runs so deep. We saw it last year with Falcons. It was a smaller venue in a lot of ways. You had a situation where the crowd showed up and packed it out. This year, totally different ball game. Twisted Minds on top.
Warzone, thank you for welcoming us here. Thank you all for tuning in to EWC 2025. Congratulations, Twisted Minds.
Only getting started when it's midnight, keeping it tight. If on a good to war, it can get dark, but we stay bright. Coming like a night, it's on sight. Ever touch my speed? Around there, wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flats.
Hop on the front door, it's like midnight, 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 midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off-white whip, need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. Bro like that, and we're back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base. How I can never act. Been trying to stack up racks on racks. Boys in the back wearing all black, staying on track. Better show you gun, that's on me. Out here getting this beef. If you work for the devil, better retreat. Coming too icy, come too clean. Could never move shady, ain't no fiend.
Shotgun, London, what's the outcome? You know, I'm a madman, just can't stick to the program. Raise up the heat, keeping the tension, shifting the gear to a different dimension. Red light, speed up, take off. Hop on the front door, it's like midnight, 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 midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off-white whip, need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. What? Throw like that, and we're back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Back to the base.